Good morning, everyone. The Honorable Charles Griffith, Minister of Youth, Sports, and Community Empowerment, Mrs. Yolande Howard, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Community Empowerment, Mr. Cleviston Hunt, Director of Youth Affairs, Mr. Neil Murrow, Director of Sports of the National Sports Council, Ms. Charmaine Payne, Deputy Director of the National Disability Unit, Mrs. Andrea Titus, Principal Youth Development Officer, Mr. Fiaz Shah, Education Manager at the United Nations Children's Fund, Office for the Eastern Caribbean Area, Professor Dwayne Devonish, and Dr. Lawrence Nurse, Consultants for the National Youth Policy, specially invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome and good morning. Before we begin today's proceedings, I'd like to invite Pastor Emily K. Edgehill from the Newbury Nazarene in St. George to bless us with a word of prayer.
Blessed good morning. Just going to ask you to kindly stand with me at this time. And let's bow our heads. Our Father and our God, we give you thanks and we give you praise, God, for allowing us to be found in a setting such as this. God, we thank you for those who have been responsible for planning this amazing session. We pray, God, that your blessings will continue to be over them. God, for the youth of this nation, we pray, God, that you will continue to surround them with your presence and with your love. God, we pray that for those who are involved in this session today, all who would have an active role, we pray, God, that your covering will be over them. May the information that is presented today, Lord, transform lives and give them the opportunity to see what is actually possible for them as they grow. Lord, we acknowledge that the youth of our nation are the future of our nation. And so, God, we pray that your preserving hand will be over them. Lord, we thank you again for allowing us to be gathered together. And we pray, God, for every aspect of this session, that, Lord, it will go well, that nothing will be glitched or anything such as that, but that, God, your name will be honored and glorified in everything that is done today. We thank you again for allowing us this opportunity to be gathered together, and may your blessings be ours. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, amen and amen. You may sit.
I'd like to say a special thanks to Pastor Edgehill for blessing us this morning. So now I invite the Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Yolande Howard, to welcome us officially.
Thank you very much to the moderator. The Minister of Youth, Sports, and Community Empowerment, the Honorable Charles Griffith. The Director of Youth Affairs, Mr. Cleviston Hunt. The Director of Sports of the National Sports Council, Mr. Neil Murrow. Other managers of the Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Community Empowerment, inclusive of the Community Development Department, and staff members, participants, young people, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. Good morning. Good morning. That's good. A good way to start our day, a very important day. It is a day when we come together to listen and to share on the development of a blueprint which will guide the development of youth and definitely the creation of programs to support the development of youth in this country. Some years ago, the then ministry responsible for youth affairs started a journey to develop a national youth policy. And that led to the creation of a policy that began in 2011 and expired in 2016. A number of initiatives resulted from that policy, and it was decided that an evaluation would be carried out. And why was that carried out? Because a policy is a blueprint. It is almost like a Bible. It guides us as to how we should move, how we should deliver, how we should engage. And that evaluation would have caused us to really look at what needed to be done to get us to the next level. And the creation of a new national youth policy was decided on. Over the last few years, we have been working, therefore, to develop a policy and engaging a number of young persons and stakeholders who are engaged in youth programming to get us to this particular point. And it is important that we recognize that as we develop a new national youth policy, that a policy has to be enshrined in the environments within which we live, whether they be social, physical, political, environmental. We have to recognize that situations change, environments change. Over the last few years, we have seen that. For sure, those persons who are within my generation never had to deal with technology, never had to deal with the effects of climate change, did not have to deal in a big way with the effects of globalization and how that has impacted on skills development and therefore the educational and training choices of our young people. So a number of variables have emerged and has led us then to a process which has been long. Yes, long because of the COVID-19 pandemic, but long because it was necessary to really and truly examine all of the variables, including these new variables that have come into our environment, into our space, and has caused us to relook the way that we view the development of our programming for our youth in Barbados. It is important that we look at all of these situations and variables that allow young people to be able to thrive and to survive and to live in Barbados and beyond. And so today, it's an opportunity then for the young people who are here to share their ideas. It is important for you to critique what you will hear from the consultant later this morning. It is important for you to share your concerns because all of this information will ensure that we develop a very comprehensive policy, a policy that is here for the people in this country, that youth demographic, which is an important youth demographic. And so I look forward to the discussions. I look forward to hearing the outcomes of today's deliberations, because as I said, we want to develop a comprehensive policy, one that is realistic and one which is relevant to the needs of you young people, so that we, not just in the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment, but we in government, those of us in the third sector and those of us in the private sector can be helped, so you can help us to help you to be able to thrive and live in this society. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Howard, for your words. And you touched on some very important points. Our young people have ideas, we have thoughts, we have a vision that we oftentimes don't get the opportunity to share. So I feel like events like this are very important. So a big shout out to the team for putting this together and actually giving our young people a voice. Yes, claps. So before we proceed, I'd like to give a special shout out to everyone watching us at home on the Facebook page and tell them good morning. Thank you for being here with us. And also a special thank you to our sign language interpreter, Ms. Heather Gazette-Corbin, for being here to make sure that everyone is able to access the information today. I personally believe that any chance we get, we should take to showcase the talents of our young people. That is why before we dive in, we have a treat for you in the form of a song by Miss Renisha Hinkson. Renisha participated in the Project Youth Arise Arts Program developed by Youth Commissioner Kim Linton at the tender age of 13 back in 2021. Over the past 6 months, she's been training with professional vocal coach and artist development specialist Lisa Howell, who spotted her exceptional talent during the program. Renisha is featured in an up-and-coming musical film, has performed at the Turtle Beach Resort, and just recently completed her first studio recording. Keep in mind, last year she was 13. That means at the age of 14, she's been able to do all of this. So imagine with the right push and time what she'll be able to do. So join me in giving a very warm welcome to our musical guest this evening, Renisha.
This is a story that I have never told. I gotta get this off my chest to let it go. I need to take back the life inside you stole. You're a criminal, and you steal like you're a pro. Oh, the pain and the truth, I wore it like a battle wound. So ashamed, so confused, I was broken and bruised. Warrior, I'm strong, I'm a warrior, I'm stronger than I've ever been in my armor. It's made of steel, you can't get in. I'm a warrior, and you can never hurt me again. try to get this off my chest to let it go. I need to take back the life inside you stole. Criminal, and you still like you're a pro. Oh, the pain and the truth, I wore it like a better wound. So ashamed, so confused, I was broken and bruised. Now I'm a warrior, and I've got thicker skin. I'm a warrior, I'm stronger than I've ever been, and my armor is made of steel. You can't get in. I'm a warrior, and you can never hurt me again. Out of the ashes, I'm burning like a fire. Save your apologies, you're nothing but a liar. I got shame, I've got scars that I will never show. I'm a survivor in more ways than you know. Oh, the pain and the truth, I wore it like a better wound. So ashamed, so confused, I'm not broken nor bruised. Now I'm a warrior, and I've got thicker skin. I'm a warrior, I'm stronger than I've ever been, and my armor is made of steel. You can't get in. I'm a warrior, you can never hurt me again. I can't take back the little girl grew up too fast. All I took and now will never be the same. So I'm taking back my life today. Nothing left that you can say, 'cause you were never gonna take the blame anyway. Oh yeah, and I've got thicker skin. I'm a warrior, I'm stronger than I've ever been, and my armor is made of steel. You can't get in. I'm a warrior, you can never hurt me again. You can never hurt me again.
I feel like we should have all followed Professor Devonish's lead and give her a standing ovation, because that performance was powerful, it was beautiful, it was amazing. Renisha, you did so well. You deserve it. Before we continue, I wish to acknowledge the presence of the Chief Community Development Officer, Mrs. Yolande Skeet. And now we will have our feature address from the Honorable Charles Griffith, Minister of Youth, Sports, and Community Empowerment.
All protocols being established, good morning and blessings on us all. It is indeed a privilege to be here to deliver remarks in relation to this particular exercise. because many, many years ago I was involved in the process of a similar activity in relation to the youth policy. I walked with a copy this morning, and if necessary, and we need to pivot away from what is contained in this document this morning, I would want us to do that through the involvement of the young persons here. My research indicated that youth policies, or the advent of youth policies, came about in the late 1960s when there were reforms similar to this at a governmental level, and it was mandated that those countries within the Commonwealth engage in having a written youth policy. Now, my ministry will continue to be proactive as it relates to the delivery of youth work in this country. It is my ambition, it is my hope that we can become the leading ministry of youth within the region. Is it something that is possible? Yes, it is. Why? Because there are cadre of staff in the ministry that are skilled, very, very skilled, and they care about the young people on the landscape of this country. And we will do everything that is necessary to ensure that, in a similar vein to Ms. Hinkson's recovery just now, that a second chance is provided for every single one who require that second chance. To this end, I know today that a lot of the young persons maybe who are here are from mainstream society, but I felt it necessary to reach out to those persons who are on the fringe, or that we would call, or we would describe as being on the fringe of society. And I've recently reconstituted a block committee to do exactly that, to engage with those youngsters on the blocks to find out their needs so that we can also plan for them to bring them back into mainstream society. But this morning's activity, this morning's event is about, like I said, renewal. At another event, I spoke about renewal. This morning, I will also speak about renewal and rebirth. Because in order for us to impact in a significant way on the young people in this country, there must be, and it must be, a bottoms-up approach to how we treat to the issues concerning our young people in Barbados. And this particular event is one such avenue that is afforded to us in the ministry to allow you to help chart your course, to identify things that you believe government should be doing on your behalf to ensure that your journey is one that is fulfilling. When I was there, and I believe it is still the case, that the mantra was to facilitate the needs and the aspirations of all young persons within this country. And I dare say that I am back in a different capacity, and it will not change. Because, as mentioned, I believe, by my PS, the young people in this country are our future. And if we don't embrace that fact, and if we continue to come with a top-down approach and believe that we know that what is well and all that is good for young people, then we're setting up ourselves for a massive failure. And I would not want to be sitting in the chair as Minister of Youth and be part of a process that is failing. So, today I want to also, what I should have done at the beginning, thank the organizers for this particular event, because we believe that it is necessary. The last youth policy was in 2011, and we think it is probably outdated, and there's a need for change. Change is always there. And like I said before, if necessary, we will do whatever you recommend, as long as it is humanly possible, to pivot away from a youth policy that may be outdated, a youth policy that may need tweaking. We need to have a youth policy that will provide hope, that other young persons will see the document and understand that, yes, government is being proactive in relation to delivering the needs that I believe I should have on the landscape in this country. And if we can do that, then I'm sure that we will have a young generation in this country that all of us are proud on a daily basis to walk the streets in this country and identify young people who are doing what they're supposed to do. And I really hope that the discussions today are rich and that you do not hold back, that you speak your mind in relation to what you believe is necessary. There may be things that we do, and we believe that it is the right thing to do, but you may have a totally different idea. I'm seeing persons from the school setting, I'm seeing other individuals. Like I said, I hope today that there's a cue to the mics, that your voice be heard, and be heard in a significant way today. Because the mere fact that you turn up here today is a clear indication that you have something to say, a clear indication that you believe that you should have a major role in how we govern and how we impact on your life. And for more than 20 years, I walk the corridors of youth work, and I understand it. And as a parent, I understand it. And when you go to the blocks and when you go on the streets and you see young people who believe that there's nothing, absolutely nothing for them in this country, it is sad. And I am not going to be the minister of youth and have that on my watch. So I want you today to do what is necessary. Trust and believe that the Ministry of Youth and the staff, we got your back full time. And you see this, bridging brighter paths, and that is what we're about. So I will not delay, I will not detain you anymore. I wanted to share that with you and to let you know that at the end of the day, we will do whatever is necessary to move all of my young people forward and to take us to that new home. I thank you.
We heard it here, young people. Our ministry has our back. They're willing to listen and work with us to make sure that we work together, to move forward. So the next part of the evening, or of the day, is going to be led by Professor Dwayne Devonish and Dr. Lawrence Nurse. Dwayne Devonish is a professor of management and organizational behavior in the Department of Management Studies under the Faculty of Social Sciences at the University of the West Indies, Cave Hill campus. Professor Devonish possesses a bachelor's in psychology from said university with first-class honors, and a master's as well as PhD in work and organizational psychology from the University of Nottingham in the United Kingdom with distinction. In 2020, he was promoted to the ranks of professor at the age of 36, the second youngest person to attain this rank at the University of the West Indies. He currently serves as the youngest professor at the institution, and his main areas of interest and specialization include organizational behavior and psychology, work-related stress, health and wellness, human resource management, and strategic planning. And he has published extensively on these subjects in both regional and international journals, conducted practical training workshops, and engaged in diverse research-based consultancies in the same areas for various organizations. He was the lead author of the National Workplace Wellness Policy of Barbados in 2019, the only policy of its kind, and currently sits as a member of the National Committee on Workplace Wellness under the Ministry of Labor, Social Partnership, Relations, and the Third Sector. And now Dr. Lawrence Nurse. Dr. Nurse is a retired senior lecturer and a former head of Department of Management Studies at the University of the West Indies in Barbados. He holds a PhD in sociology, work and organization, and a master's in labor studies, respectively, from the University of Massachusetts in the United States of America. Dr. Nurse taught industrial relations, human resource management, organizational behavior, and organizational development at the undergraduate level, and international and comparative labor relations, human resource development, and the practices at the graduate level. His publications include several articles and book chapters addressing a wide range of issues in employment relations, workplace politics, and organizational justice. He's the author of a book, Trade Unionism and Industrial Relations in the Commonwealth Caribbean, A History in Contemporary Practice and Prospect. Prior to joining the university, Dr. Nurse, currently a practicing independent consultant, was an industrial relations advisor in the Caribbean Community Secretariat in Guyana and a senior trade union officer in the Barbados Workers' Union. So I said all that to say our people know what they are talking about. They know their stuff and they're professionals and they're ready to engage in these talks with us today. So now I will hand over very gladly to Professor Devonish and Dr. Nurse.
The Honorable Charles Griffith, Minister of Youth, Sports, and Community Empowerment, Mrs. Yolande Howard, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Community Empowerment, Mr. Cleviston Hunt, Director of Youth Affairs, Mr. Neil Murrell, Director of Sports of the National Sports Council, specially invited guests, the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. This morning, I am particularly elated. Dr. Lawrence Nurse and I have worked closely with the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment, the National Youth Policy Coordinating Committee, a diverse set of youth-based agencies, stakeholders, over 2,000 youth across this island and even abroad, to bring today to you, the young people, a draft national youth policy of Barbados, 2022 to 2027. Now, this policy is not a fait accompli, but today begins now that stakeholder validation exercise that we were waiting upon to allow young people from all walks of life in this country, and not just the ones that you can see in this room, but those who are joining us in the online and virtual spaces. Yes, we have young people now logged on here, listening in, and they will be part of this stakeholder validation and review process of this draft policy that has been developed and was submitted just a month ago to the ministry. Now, Dr. Nurse and I agreed from the start, and this was in 2020, this is 2 years, when we were working closely with the ministry and the committee, the coordinating committee that was appointed, that this policy is not the Dwayne Devonish's policy. This policy is not the Dr. Lawrence Nurse's policy. This is not the ministry's policy per se. This is the policy of the young people. And I echo Mrs. Howard's sentiments when she said this is a policy for young people. While we have all our credentials and we have all our PhDs and qualifications, at the heart of it, we wanted a policy that was inclusive. We wanted a policy that was reflective of the needs, the interests, and the aspirations of all young people. I remember when we decided on the categories of young people, because we did about over 2,000 young people in the survey, but we wanted to do focus groups to be a bit more intimate with young people in terms of what they wanted to be reflected in this policy. And there were two categories. really one category, but two subdimensions that we wanted to ensure that were party to the development process. We had asked Mr. Hunt at the time, in our first developmental process of building data, gathering data to input into the policy, that we wanted young people who were currently incarcerated in the government industrial schools. Yes, our stakeholder validation went as far as that. I remember Dr. Nurse agreed that even though, and at that time, of course, we were in the height of COVID pandemic, so we couldn't provide or afford any physical visits to the GIS. And we said, well, we wanted a Zoom sessions with the girls and the boys at the schools. So we had an opportunity, outside of, yes, all of the other categories of mainstream young people, the entrepreneurs, those who were sport professionals, we met all of them across all the different categories. But we said we wanted to speak to those young girls at GIS, the young boys at GIS, to have an opportunity to input. And we were successful in that exercise to ensure that their voices surpass the walls of those institutions to be present and resident within this policy. So when I dare say that we have a national youth policy 2022 to 2027, I am serious that this is a policy that is reflective of who we are, all of us. I am going to also extend, and this is on behalf of Dr. Nurse as well, my deepest gratitude to the ministry for the foresight, for the will to lead this particular adventure, to collaborate with us closely, and not just the ministry, but even the private sector, civil society, all of whom contributed in the early stages to this policy exercise. We offer our deepest gratitude. Thank you. Now, this now brings us to the marquee event. I, with Dr. Lawrence Nurse, will be providing a presentation just within a 60-minute period, just before we will ask you here, and of course the communities in our online spaces, to participate in a stakeholder review session of that national youth policy. So sometime later today, you'll be broken out into various groups, and you will be reviewing, collaborating on this review exercise on developing this national youth policy. As I said, it's not a fait accompli. So this is still part of the validation and development process. But at this stage, Dr. Nurse and I will be delivering a presentation on the policy to kind of prime you in terms of what our steps were, the steps that we took in the developmental process, what the main content segments of the policy are in terms of the vision, the policy strategies and objectives, and even the implementation mechanisms and recommendations that we've laid very clearly in this policy document. Because we agreed also that it's one thing to have a beautiful document in the form of a policy, but it's another thing to have a well-implemented and executed exercise in the same. So we ensure that within the body of the policy itself, an articulation of an implementation plan supported by an action planning template that we're hoping for the next 5 years that can be deployed through the ministry's bailiwick. That all of the things that you've mentioned, that you've provided, hopefully by the end of today and even beyond, that you can see them come into life in your lives. So without any further ado, and Dr. Nurse and I agree that we will tag team on this presentation. Dr. Nurse would start the ball rolling, and it will come around the middle, and then we will close off from there. So, ladies and gentlemen, I defer to Dr. Lawrence Nurse on this presentation. Thank you. Dr. Nurse?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, over to you.
Good morning to all. I join with my colleague, Professor Devonish, in thanking the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment for the opportunity to work with the young people of this country in producing a draft national policy which is being presented today. I also thank all those stakeholders who voluntarily and willingly gave us of their time, talent, and information that we've used as part of the document that we're sharing with you this morning. Am I being heard?
Yeah. Yes, very clearly. Yeah.
So we begin this presentation by asking a fundamental question: why a national youth policy? Why a national youth policy? And the answer to that question explains our presence here today. A national youth policy is but an acknowledgement of the importance of youth and the need to address the issues that affect them on a daily basis. It expresses government's commitment to youth needs and challenges, and we heard the minister speak very passionately about what he expects his ministry and what he intends for his ministry to do to advance the interests of youth in this country. A youth policy also creates a space for youth to engage and to participate in the life of society. And it's an opportunity for government to respond to local and global challenges that may impact the lives of youth in the country. And of course, it's a mechanism for addressing needs of young people. I should point out that several countries in the region and beyond have developed national youth policies. International organizations also strongly support and encourage the development of national youth policies. For the opportunities for youth to be part of an environment, to be in an environment where they can have meaningful opportunities to participate in the social, political, and economic life of a country, a policy must be integral to government's national development strategy. So it becomes a clear signal that government cares for the young people and that it pays special attention to their aspirations, their concerns, and their needs. So how did we get here? How did the process begin? The Ministry of Youth Affairs, the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment commissioned this work, and my colleague and I spent several months engaging in the activity that has brought us here this morning. We also worked closely with the National Youth Policy Coordinating Committee, and that committee managed a comprehensive data gathering and assessment process involving key data, inputs, and recommendations emanating from various groups of stakeholders. And we thank that committee for the work that it did in helping us as we engage in this activity. How did we do this? We assessed a wide cross-section of relevant local, regional, and international documents and policies on youth. We collected that information to form a basis for the work that we did. We were concerned to ensure that the policy is evidence-based, and we therefore made sure that that information was carefully collected and interrogated. We also collected and analyzed stakeholder data about youth-related issues. We also engaged in the process of conducting primary research, through focus groups and surveys across youth segments. The intention was to collect information about the perceptions of youth, their experiences, and their evaluations across a range of subjects and issues. I will make reference to those areas in a very short while. We also collected and analyzed information from quantitative surveys capturing over 2,000 young people in the country. So this then was the basis from which these are the sources from which we collected information to inform the development of the youth policy. The overarching goal of the national youth policy is to enable, empower, and equip the youth for the positive advancement of the nation of Barbados. The purpose is to ensure that young people have the necessary capabilities, resources, and inspiration to take constructive and meaningful action in fulfilling their diverse needs and aspirations for the development of youth and the positive advancement of the nation of Barbados. And the vision of the policy is to develop and promote successful young people who are equipped with the knowledge, skills, abilities, personal attributes, and resources needed to meaningfully and constructively craft and impact their own personal destinies, the communities in which they function and serve, and the overall development of the country. So this policy then has been developed on behalf of all youth of Barbados between the ages of 16 and 35. It embraces all diverse communities, groups, and demographics of young people with their own unique interests, preferences, challenges and abilities, needs, talents and competencies, value systems, dreams, and aspirations. We were careful to develop some guiding principles and core values for the National Youth Policy. These are respect for rights, constitutional and national laws, voice and participation, that is giving young people the opportunity to be involved in the leadership, design, implementation, and evaluation of all programs, policies, decisions, and actions that affect them directly, equality and inclusion, growth and development, holism and collaboration, adaptability and responsiveness, creativity and innovation. Those are the guiding principles that we have used to shape what you're going to be hearing today. And of course, we acknowledge that youth have rights and responsibilities, their rights and freedoms, and their responsibilities. The National Youth Policy affirms to protect and preserve fundamental rights and freedoms of youth. It also affirms that children have a number of indisputable rights and freedoms, And of course, in light of promised rights and freedoms, young people also have a collection of responsibilities and duty of care to their country and the communities in which they live, operate, and serve. So the National Youth Policy of Barbados acknowledges these responsibilities of young people within its general framework and coverage. From the work that we did with the focus groups and other important stakeholders, we were able to extract and identify 11 priority action areas. These are the areas that the youth of Barbados feel, these aren't ideas generated by Dwayne and myself. These are the ideas these came from the ideas generated from the youth of this country. These are the things that they feel are essential to focus on within the policy, and we have paid particular attention to these 11 areas. Each priority area has a number of core objectives and several actionable strategies to be deployed in order to fulfill those objectives. And I will spend some time looking at some of these priority areas, and my colleague will look at some of the others. The first priority area I draw to your attention is education and training. And the first objective under this priority area is to improve the quality of education in the country. We have developed a number of strategies for each objective, and each strategy has a number of constituent items, but given the time that we have, we are not able to go through every item under every strategy. We will simply make reference to the strategies and in some cases draw attention to some of what we think needs to be done to ensure that those strategies are operationalized. So the first objective is to improve the quality of education, and the strategies that are intended to make this a reality is: one, modernize the national educational system and its delivery to reflect internationally recognized best practices and standards for youth. We are concerned here about advocating for internationally recognized best practices to inform the revision and reform of the school system and national curriculum for young people in schools and other educational institutions. As part of this strategy, we also are concerned about the need to equip all teachers and other educators with the necessary knowledge, skills, and abilities to deliver rigorous and relevant education to diverse young learners. The second strategy associated with this objective is to facilitate the best quality educational support systems, tools and technologies, and other resources to improve the overall educational experience and outcomes for youth and their educators. So this strategy is intended to provide relevant training and educational opportunities for both educators and young learners. And we are also suggesting that we need to focus on assisting the youth, families, and educational institutions in accessing the necessary financial, human, technical, and other learning resources to support rigorous and relevant education and its delivery to diverse learners. The second objective for education is to ensure that the system is more responsive. We are concerned about a more responsive educational system, and the associated strategy for this objective is to enhance the national system and its curriculum to ensure that it aligns with the diverse needs and preferences of young people. The second objective Yes, that's the second objective. We have a number of sub elements for this strategy, and I will make reference to three of them. There are several. We are concerned about the need to strengthen existing special needs educational programs, curricula, and related resources to better support youth with special needs, address the diverse constraints, barriers, and challenges adversely affecting the academic performance and achievement of young learners in the system, and to promote better and more equitable access to resources and support systems for youth to pursue higher educational opportunities locally, regionally, and internationally. As I said, we have several sub-elements under the different strategies, and we cannot mention all. Those are some that we focus on in looking at education, improving the educational system. Now, we are also concerned about the need to improve the national training system. And the objective for the training system here, the intention rather, is to enhance the goals, work, and impact of the national training system for young people seeking core competencies essential to their transition to self-employment, entrepreneurship, or the world of work. So we are talking about developing a national database of national youth training needs according to critical areas of attention, national development priorities, and resource capabilities to inform relevant and sustainable training opportunities, programs, and interventions. For the second strategy, we believe that attention needs to be paid to, we need to ensure that young trainees are offered greater and more equitable access to a wide range of relevant and practical training opportunities, programs, and related interventions. And the third strategy to improve the national training system, we are concerned about increasing the number of trainer opportunities, and interventions to ensure a sufficient supply of trainers and training providers are placed in critical areas of which young people are in need, and to offering greater access to a variety of training technologies for young trainees and their training providers. The next priority area that we identified and for which we have developed some strategies is employment and work. And the first objective here is to improve higher levels of employment and decent work opportunities among youth. We know the problem that young people face in getting employment. This is one of the biggest problems we believe that this country faces, unemployment among our young people. And we are hoping that the different institutions and organizations that have a responsibility to ensure that decent work opportunities are provided for young people, that they work together and make this a reality. So the first strategy for this objective is to facilitate more accessible employment-related assistance services and programs to increase youth employment across various sectors to access meaningful and decent employment. We want to make sure that a sufficient number of jobs is available to young people after leaving school or tertiary institutions. The second strategy is to create more diverse and relevant employment opportunities consistent with the needs and expectations of youth. We are talking about strengthening existing employment generation programs targeted at young people to provide them with relevant, attractive, and decent jobs. We are concerned about increasing the number of job internships, work attachments, and apprenticeship programs, and other forms of work exposure programs at the national and community levels to facilitate greater youth transitions into various permanent employment contexts and sectors. The second objective under employment and work is to prepare youth for meaningful participation in the world of work. Um, the strategies here, the strategy is to provide youth with the skills, knowledge, abilities, experience, and other attributes to enhance their overall employability and successful transition into the labor market via a range of developmental programs and related interventions. We are concerned about strengthening existing youth-based employability programs, public, private, and community-based programs that are aimed at preparing and equipping youth with necessary competencies for attracting and securing employment, organizing practical workshops and related interventions for job seekers that provide them with relevant information about the requirements for participating meaningfully in the labor market and the world of work, including assistance with the preparation of curriculum vitae and preparing for job interviews and so on. One of the other things that we talked about was in organizing job fairs, school visits, and other employment promotional events to provide opportunities for employers to meet young job seekers and explore their interests while making information available to them about available jobs. The third objective for this priority area is to enhance the types and quality of employment and work experiences for youth consistent with their needs, expectations, and preferences. And this strategy is intended to involve efforts to enhance and increase the nature of attractive, decent, and high-quality jobs and work experiences that exist in the national labor market. The goal is to properly calibrate and align the existing and prospective offerings in the market with the needs and preferences of youth seeking employment and work in diverse sectors and environments. In our discussions with youth, one of the things that struck us was their concern about the apparent inability of employers to provide the kinds of jobs in which they are interested, rather than, and they're concerned about the need for flexible working practices that employers apparently have been slow to introduce, some employers that is. So for this strategy to be realized, we are advocating the need to work closely with employers in different sectors, government, trade unions, and other stakeholders in the labor market to ensure decent, flexible, and attractive work experiences and employment options that are consistent with the needs and aspirations of young people. We believe that employers should also offer various incentives to explore diverse alternative work options, arrangements, and policies geared toward sustaining continuous employment and promoting greater levels of job security for youth at work. We turn our attention now to the priority area of entrepreneurship. The first objective here is to provide an enabling environment for the development of successful entrepreneurship for young people. We are concerned about capitalizing on the gains that have been achieved in this regard and about strengthening and deepening the culture and practice of youth entrepreneurship. This strategy, facilitating necessary mechanisms, incentive systems, and supporting procedures that allow for greater business facilitation, better ease of doing business, and more effective and efficient regulatory and administrative processes to support successful youth entrepreneurship is one we believe we need to take seriously if we are to advance the interests of young people who are concerned about developing their entrepreneurial skills. The other strategy is to promote affordable and attractive avenues to financing and easier access to other relevant entrepreneurial support services to assist in developing and maintaining new and successful entrepreneurial ventures and business startups among youth. As far as that strategy is concerned, we are looking at strengthening existing avenues, mechanisms, and programs responsible for providing financial and non-financial entrepreneurial support to existing and prospective young entrepreneurs in both traditional and non-traditional industries. That's but one aspect of the strategy. Another is to provide the necessary financial counseling and other non-financial support services for existing and prospective youth entrepreneurs seeking business financing. The second objective for this priority area is to offer more robust educational and developmental experiences in entrepreneurship for youth to better understand and engage in the practice of entrepreneurship in the wider society. The intention here is to ensure that aspiring and new young entrepreneurs are exposed to the rudiments of entrepreneurship from an early age, and to make opportunities for training, mentorship, and growth as entrepreneurs available to them on a regular and continuing basis. So the intention then is to work closely with various tiers of educational institutions to ensure the inclusion of entrepreneurial development subjects and content within the general educational curriculum. We believe that there is need to advocate for a greater number of accessible and relevant entrepreneurial programs and courses, as well as supporting tools and resources in both private and public educational and training institutions, and to actively market existing and newly created entrepreneurial programs and courses to both existing and prospective young entrepreneurs. Some of the elements of the strategy that we have been talking about. As far as the second strategy, facilitating a range of entrepreneurial education and training programs and interventions to expand the skills, knowledge, and abilities needed for successful ventures. As far as that strategy is concerned, we believe that there's a need to work closely with government, private, and community-based sectors to identify, design, and offer relevant entrepreneurial training programs that match training needs for youth across various communities. And there's obviously a concern about linking youth entrepreneurial educational and training needs to the country's core development needs, especially in newly proposed areas of economic activity in the blue, green, and orange economies. Continuing under this priority area, another strategy to take us forward is to expose both aspiring and new youth entrepreneurs to a diverse range of entrepreneurial mentorship opportunities and related interventions to support successful business startup and the management of ventures. We're talking here then about designing an attractive, relevant, and practical youth entrepreneurship mentorship initiative, a youth entrepreneurship mentorship initiative to support existing and prospective youth entrepreneurs. This strategy is also asking for a close working relationship with both experienced entrepreneurs and inexperienced youth entrepreneurs to support the recruitment and selection of viable mentors and mentees to facilitate and sustain the work of the Youth Entrepreneurship Mentorship Initiative. And another element here is to work closely with and support other private, public, community-based entities and educational training providers in developing their own mentorship programs and interventions to support and assist inexperienced youth entrepreneurs. My colleague, Professor Dwayne, will take it from here and look at the priority area, deviance, and the others that have been identified so far.
Thank you, Dr. Nurse. And Dr. Nurse would have highlighted 3 of those dimensions or priority areas that we've touched: education, employment, and entrepreneurship. And there are a number of others that I will address. So on this point, I want to introduce you to our 4th priority area, a long-standing battle that we've had on deviance, crime, and violence. It is within this objective, one of this policy priority area, that we focus our attention on prevention and preventative, or what we would call primary level interventions, targeted at youth in at-risk communities. There has been discussion in this particular priority area about the involvement of not just at-risk youth, but also families, parents, guardians in communities to be part of an educational initiative to support effective skills in constructive parenting and child rearing. Oftentimes we speak about this band-aid approach, this plaster on the wound. This particular objective, however, tackles the root problems. We've known for a long time this generational cycle of social disadvantage, violence in many communities. And we believe that it rests on the constructive building or rebuilding of core values, attitudes, and behaviors among youth in these at-risk spaces. We also look at objective 2, a secondary objective under this priority area, to focus on building more robust and effective social support systems, programs, and interventions for responding to the needs of neglected and abused youth. So when we're talking about deviance, crime, and violence, we also recognize that there's a delicate balance between youth in conflict with the law, and youth in need of care. And within this second objective, we have proposed the strategies of providing greater and better levels of social protection and child care protection to those youth deemed at risk of abuse and neglect in diverse family and community settings. We also visited the recommendation of strengthening our existing social care agencies, especially those related to youth, the Child Care Board, and so forth, to better respond to the challenges of youth deemed at risk of abuse and neglect. Objective 3, it would be remiss of us not to acknowledge that we still are struggling as a country with antiquated juvenile legislative structures. The Juvenile Offenders Act has passed its due date. We now are looking forward to developing a Juvenile Justice Act or Youth Justice Act, which recognizes a shift in from the traditional way in which we treat youth in conflict with the law. The need here is to promote as an objective more effective, fair, and restorative, as opposed to punitive, juvenile or youth, I prefer the term, justice system experiences and rehabilitative outcomes. So when we're talking about how youth are treated from the inception, from apprehension, as we call it, right down to detention. That life cycle, at each stage, there's a call for internationally recognized and child-friendly appropriate standards of treatment. How youth are treated in the court system by magistrates, how they're treated within facilities, correctional facilities, how they're treated by police officers at the time of apprehension or at the time of encounter, and how they're treated when they reintegrate back into society. We know that we are in a country where at 16 years of age, listen carefully, you are tried as an adult and you go through the experience within the justice system as an adult, and your incarceration at 16 or 17, for example, within the adult prison is one that leaves a lot to be desired. We're looking here within this particular policy initiative, we're calling for more meaningful and contemporary reforms that go beyond legislative reforms. Because it is one thing to have changes and reforms from a legislative perspective, but we have to ensure that at the same pace, our structures, our agencies, our processes are in line with that particular contemporary focus. We can't have a juvenile justice act about to come to stream and our particular agencies and entities and organs of the justice system are lagging behind. So there's a call for training and development opportunities for even those who operate as those in the judiciary, those who work in the institutions of the correctional facilities, who work alongside youth who are incarcerated. We're calling even for greater openings of youth diversion programs. These programs are supposed to allow youth to be diverted away from the criminal justice system into more productive and constructive spaces that they can develop, they can rehabilitate, and then they can reintegrate and repair any malfeasance, any acts, any offenses that they've made to society, but allow for that forgiveness, societal forgiveness, to take place as they come back to the fold. Our final objective under deviance, objective 3, as I said, we're calling for sustainable opportunities, constructive as well programs and interventions to better support then the needs of the incarcerated youth in their successful rehabilitation and reintegration into society. Priority area dealing with health, wellness, and the environment. To foster high and robust levels of physical, mental, sexual, and reproductive health and wellness among the youth. Now, within this particular priority area that we have labeled health, wellness, and the environment, we want to capture two major components here. We recognize that we still have a society, a country where we are battling NCDs, and long has gone the belief that NCDs is an old person's plight. Younger and younger people are being affected by diabetes and hypertension and even cancers. And these have contributed to a significant toll to our mortality rate. We have acknowledged then that within this policy that there would be informational, educational programs and resources for the youth across all walks of life on how they can participate in their health and wellness journey. We also want to treat to issues of diet and nutrition, physical exercise, substance abuse, NCDs, and the benefits of rest and sleep. There's also a call within our educational sector to incorporate in our physical education programs and our sports programs a nutrition-based policy that incorporates not just physical exercise, but the appropriate and healthy ways of diet and eating. We recognize that youth would need to be incentivized to take on these programs. So we've called for attractive and viable incentives, mentorship, and coaching services to encourage young people to sustain healthier physical lifestyles, and not just physical, but also to tackle the mental health challenges that are current within our communities of young people. We want to be able to work closely with families, communities, educational institutions, workplaces, and other operators in the health and wellness industry to provide youth with better access to healthier options, choices, and avenues to support their physical, mental, and even their sexual reproductive health services. Now, in the latter, we've recognized that there are young people in this country at the age of 16 reach the age of consent, but yet they do not have that affordability to be allowed to see a doctor or to be provided with clinical guidance or advice on things like STIs or pregnancies. And that has been a significant taint in our legislative frameworks, where we have that gap that exists between 16 and 18. The age of medical consent, which is at 18, or what we call the age of majority, and against the age of what we call consent in general at the age of 16. So we are calling for reform, legislatively speaking, in that area to clarify or to reconcile those variances. Now, we've spoken to mental health and the importance that mental health plays, not just for the youth, but for everyone. But we recognize, particularly in this pandemic environment, that young people have been disproportionately affected in terms of mental health challenges and mental health problems. We've seen a number of suicides already faced by young men in this country for whatever reason. And we're calling then for stronger mental health services to be accessible to young people across all of the social stratosphere of this country, so that accessibility becomes a key trait. A key component to the physical wellness and environment dimension is the understanding that the environment in which we live has to be protected, it has to be preserved. And young people have a stake, a major stake, in ensuring that the vestiges of climate change damages that we've seen, the consequences of man or human intervention in our natural and physical environment, that young people play a major role in mitigating these risks, in mitigating these impacts, and in supporting our physical environment. We're talking about a blue economy and a green economy. Moving to arts and culture, and I'm being given an indication that I'm coming to a close here. Arts and culture become a very important component because it has been grossly underserved. I had a conversation with Mrs. Howard just before this about the need to incorporate and to accent arts and culture within our curriculum, and to recognize that if we are serious about economic diversification, a slight moving away from tourism to embrace things like creative and creatives within our economy, young creatives, we need to have your arts and culture at a very early stage within our educational system. I want to go to the next dimension quickly because I recognize my time constraint. Sports and recreation, has also been equally underserved. We are calling for our sports programs to be supported, our sporting professionals, our young sport professionals, to have the incentives, to have the opportunities provided to them, to develop, to monetize, and to continue to grow in their careers. Agriculture and food security. That is an absolute mainstay for our economy. And young people have a major role in the agriculture and food security industry. We're calling for a moving away from the traditional way or thinking of agriculture. Long-standing view we've had that agriculture is something that a certain class of people should resort to. No, because of the developments in agriculture, smart agriculture, climate-friendly agriculture, different forms of agriculture, our agriculture now has become more attractive to young people. And we have advocated within the policy a number of programs and policy actions to support not just education of our young people in agriculture, but also providing employment opportunities to those same young people. Housing and land ownership is a vital fixture of our living. Young people should be able, at the time they leave school, to be able to secure property. At a very young age, my grandmother was able to secure property, and she was very poor. At 13 years, she had my mom, and she had to start working, and she had to work for $3 a week to contribute to property. We want young people to have opportunities to, yes, access financing, but also to have opportunities to recognize that they can save towards a home. They can buy a home and not have to owe a bank a cent. These are the kinds of policy actions that we've also advocated in this same section of house and land ownership. Youth advocacy, we've talked a lot about civic engagement. We want to have programs as early as primary schools for young people to engage, to be advocates, young advocates, to participate in various social lives and arenas. Youth advocacy. And finally, inclusion, representation of treatment of special youth groups. This final priority area speaks to those who have long been disenfranchised, those who have been marginalized, as the minister highlighted, those who have sat on the fringes of society for too long. We're talking about not just the youth at risk, we're talking about our LGBTQ plus youth. We're talking about our youth with disabilities and special needs. We're talking about young women, single mothers. We're talking about young fathers who've reintegrated from prison into society. Creating programs and opportunities to ensure that they can re-emerge in the mainstream. Stigma and discrimination. Addressing those particular battles as well. Now, as we come to a close, as I said, within the policy, Lawrence and I have articulated some implementation plans. We've said that there's a call for an establishment of a governance structure, which would lead from the top strategically a number of operational committees. And if you look at those 11 areas, imagine that you have committees, functional committees, that are there to support each area and to work closely with a smaller group of committees and task forces at the bottom of young people to ensure that what we have in the policy comes to life. Now, of course, within implementation, we need a monitoring and evaluation framework. So we've started the ball rolling in that policy document to provide some semblance of a monitoring and evaluation strategy. How we would seek over the next 5 years of this policy's implementation to monitor and evaluate the outputs, the inputs, and of course the successes and the challenges that we will encounter in this execution period. Dr. Nurse, as we come to close, I would like to defer to Dr. Nurse to speak quickly, we have about a minute or so, on the next steps of this national youth policy.
And reflecting on what the young people are going to share with us, we would be developing a comprehensive action plan to ensure the successful monitoring and evaluation of the work to be done. The action plan will pay particular attention to the various priority areas of attention with clearly articulated and specific proposed activities and programs for execution, match the key policy objectives and strategies, timelines, sectors, groups responsible for said activities and programs, resource requirements, and expected deliveries of outputs. So we're going to be using this action planning framework and supporting key performance indicators to guide the implementation process. The monitoring and evaluation will be required. We need to re-evaluate the policy, its vision, its goal and priority area objectives, and strategies and supporting programs and activities over the next 5 years. It's also important that we review and revise roles and responsibilities and accompanying mechanisms and resources associated with the various participating committees, structures, and action teams actively involved in the implementation effort. We're kind of rushing this now. So there's some final considerations that we share with you. And one is that the role of the Ministry of Youth is extremely critical to ensure the successful rollout of the different programs and to provide meaningful collaboration with and among stakeholders. The work that is going to be done is pretty much decentralized, but it has to be undertaken within an appropriate institutional framework that provides for effective leadership and coordination. Effective leadership and coordination are extremely critical. They avoid or minimize incompatible courses of action by different participating organizations. They provide course direction and redirection as may be required. They are needed to avoid duplication of effort and so on. And the ministry has a very important role to play in that regard. We believe that a national effort is required for the promotion of youth development in Barbados. The youth must be engaged at all levels and stages as principal agents in this entire process in ways that allow them to meaningfully inform and shape the decisions, strategies, and activities that directly affect them, their communities, and their futures. We thank you for the opportunity to share this with you. It was a bit rushed in parts given the time constraints, but I believe that the young people present have all been given relevant information relating to their particular areas so that they will be well informed to look at what we've submitted to you this morning and to come back this afternoon after their breakout sessions to share their concerns, their aspirations with us as we go forward. So thank you for the opportunity to share this draft with you.
And thank you to Lawrence and everyone here. Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you, Professor Devonish and Dr. Nurse. Your presentation has been incredibly insightful, and it's clear that a lot of dedication and hard work has gone into this policy. So again, we thank you for lending your knowledge and your expertise to us, and I most definitely look forward to the presentations that are going to come out of the breakout rooms consequent to that, the initial presentation we got from our consultants. I'd like to take a minute to remind you guys of the goals and objectives of this policy, but listen up because it may just come in handy when you guys go into your groups. So our goals and objectives are to provide a forum that captures the views of the youth and stakeholders on the nature and causes of issues that confront them, to analyze and formulate best practices to address the issues in the short term, to determine the most suitable interventions for local context, taking resources and effectiveness into consideration, to outline the strategies to be implemented and their anticipated outcomes, to draft a communique to inform policyholders on the decisions taken at this youth consultation, to change or enhance mindsets to support transitions and careers post-COVID-19, and to shape policy and encourage young persons to be activists. Again, guys, I hope you were listening because it might just come back up. So now I'm going to invite our dignitaries to take their leaves to the foyer for a brief break where the rest of the guests will follow after. For a quick 50-minute break before we go into the breakout rooms.
And keep moving. Jump back. Come on, guys, let's go. All you young people, don't do this to me. You know what to do, just jump back. Jump forward. Jump to the side. Next side, guys, come on. Wait. This is not, hold it. Okay? This is not a democratic thing. This is something that I'm just telling you have to do what I'm doing. So, everybody, you girls can hear me? You can understand what I'm saying? Yes, please. Well, don't worry about that. All I want you to do is move. All I want you to do is move. Okay? And that goes for everyone. Man, woman, and child. Okay? Beautiful. If Mr. Hunt, our director, can do this, and PS can do this, everybody can. Okay? All right, let's go again. Everybody jump back. Everybody jump forward. Hands in the air. To the side. Yeah, one more time. To the side. Backward. Forward. Yeah, guys, to the side. Beautiful. Now just stay where you are there. Good. Beautiful. Now, simmer down. Simmer down. Now, can everybody understand what I'm saying? No, I cannot hear you. Can you understand what I'm saying? You sure? I've been told by Deborah that she put together a group of young people and a group of younger people that are extremely intelligent and bright. So, and then there's one of my colleagues said that there's some people from a particular school here and all of that. You know what I mean? And say the brightest school in Barbados. So, beautiful enough. Okay. I guess that person knows, everybody knows what school I'm talking about. So, I'm gonna ask you guys to do one thing. Can you guys follow instructions? Who's that said no? You can tell she was the hardest child, boy. Okay, so, can you guys follow instructions? You sure? You're from St. Lucie, Dardrana, right? You have money in your pocket? Good, beautiful. So, everybody give me one clap. Could you put your things in there? Yeah. Beautiful. When I say everybody, I mean everybody, okay? Everybody give me one clap. Good. That means you can hear me and you can follow instructions. So let me see if you can put together something. All right? One clap, people. Two claps. Three claps. Yes, you can. Now, I'm going to ask you to do one thing for me, and I'm hoping that you can do it. Everybody can see me? Good, let's go now. One clap, two clap, three clap. Everybody, hands out. Come on, hands out. Twiddle your fingers, twiddle your fingers. You're good? You still can understand what I'm saying? You still can hear me? You still can see me? Then let's go again. One clap, two clap, three clap. Hands out. Everybody, rub your chin, rub your chin. Wow! Everybody had a good lunch? Well, the proceedings are now going to start, guys, and thank you very much for participating. Have a good seat. Thanks for the music. DJ?
Thank you, Mr. Brathwaite, for that energizer. And it was most definitely needed after our extended lunch period to get us ready to go back into the proceedings again. You're making my job a lot harder, though, because how am I supposed to talk, David? So coming up next, we have our presentations. Each group was tasked with answering questions about one of the 11 domains, and a representative is going to come out and share with us what they discussed in our breakout rooms. I'm very excited. Yes, give it a big cheer. First up, we have Group 8, Agriculture and Food Security. So you guys can make your way up and be sure to listen and be engaging and be invited. Make them feel welcome. Let's go, Group 8.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm just going to give them a minute to get our slide up on the screen, and then we'll get started. Okay. Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, whatever it is by now. We're going to talk to you today about agriculture and youth involvement in agriculture and food security. We're going to answer the questions: why is agriculture and food security important? What's the difference between agriculture and food security? What are some strategies that can be put in place to get youth involved in agriculture and food security? And what are some recommendations that we have to get youth involved in agriculture and food security? First off, why is agriculture and food security important? Before we answer this, we have to look at the differences between agriculture and food security. And for this, I'm going to turn over to Shakobi.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Okay. Am I being heard? Yes. All right, my apologies. Right, the importance, we spoke about the importance. The difference between food security and agriculture. Agriculture is the practice of growing and cultivating crops, while food security encompasses many different areas such as poultry, fish industry, animal husbandry, and agriculture. Getting these things to feed the community, having them protected. That's the differences between agriculture and food security. To talk about the other half of this, my colleague will continue.
Yes, I will, if the microphone will go down far enough to get me, because I'm short. Now that we've established what these things are, we need to know why they're important. First of all, having strong agricultural and food security practices allows us to be self-sufficient and not rely on international supplies, which are unreliable. We've seen this firsthand, both in the pandemic and in the war in Ukraine, interrupts our supplies here, even though these things are happening across oceans and continents. We are still feeling the impact because we are not self-sufficient enough to be able to supply our own food in the face of these global crises. Another reason why agriculture and food security is so important is because if we have control over the crops and products that we produce, we'll be able to ensure that they are healthy and good for our population. Now we will go into some strategies that can be used to involve youth in agriculture and food security. Our first strategy is education. We'll go into the schools and sensitize children of all ages to agricultural issues. We need to engage the students of today in agricultural issues so that we can produce more in the future and so that we can become self-sufficient in our agricultural practices. We already do this in some forms. I'm sure most of us here have planted a tree at some point or a seed in infants or in juniors. But we need to continue this across all fields of education and across all levels so that we can continue this interest and continue producing knowledge in our students in order for them to know more about these agricultural practices that we need to put in place. Other ways we can do this is through workshops and a school leaving certificate in agriculture. This can be done, we've all either done CXC or are in the process of doing CXC. And if we put in place a certificate in agriculture, this will allow us to have a tangible certificate, a tangible certification to know that we know what we are talking about when we talk about agricultural and food storage issues. Another strategy that we can put in place is to put in place new technologies in agriculture that will also help us move into the future and move into the future of agricultural practices. Many of the agricultural practices that we use today require outdated technologies to function, and this is going to lead to us being left behind while other countries advance and grow into the new technologies that are used and go into the new era of farming technologies. We can combat this by encouraging newer jobs in agriculture, such as soil science and hydroponics and aquaponics systems that show the youth interested in agriculture that it isn't only labor-intensive jobs in agriculture, but also it encompasses science and engineering fields. This is also help us because not only will it introduce youth to new agricultural careers, but it will also put in place new technologies for the future that will help us combat things such as the climate crisis and help us be prepared when we need to face things like droughts, volcanoes, tropical waves, things that we will have to deal with even more in the future than we have to deal with now. And these new technologies will help us be prepared for that eventuality. Now that we've talked about some strategies, some overarching strategies we can use, Jacoby's going to go into some specific recommendations we have for other issues in agriculture and food security.
Thank you. So our recommendations first start with storage facilities to preserve crops. We recognize that we have an issue with storage. We find that we have a shortage because you grow many foods and then you can't find the adequate space to store them. So having storage facilities, having the youth know that whatever they grow, they would have the space to have their stuff stored, that would help encourage the youth to get more involved with agriculture and food security. Yes, young farmers often have trouble finding venues for selling their products. So providing market opportunities for our young farmers. We find we have to create that market for the students, for the young people to be able to sell their stuff. My suggestion, our recommendation rather, is to have schools plant their crops and have them sell. We have programs where we donate to unfortunate people that can go into such program as well. But also to provide the market opportunities for young farmers to also showcase their products, while allowing them to feel secure to start growing. So just having the security to know that your products will be sold and have a market regardless is going to be able to help them to get encouraged. That's like our third recommendation: information sharing between related ministries. So sharing information between the relative ministries and tying them together with the blue and green economy, that showing the importance of blue and green economy with agriculture and food security. So this excuse me, I'm a bit nervous. Yeah, I haven't public speaking a very long time. Yeah, so, right, sharing information between the relative ministries and tie into the blue economy, the blue and green economies will allow the government to know how much is being produced locally and how much have to be imported. So this information will be very valuable to us so that our young people will know exactly what it is that they need to plant. So what is the market? That was all? Oh, so that was all. Thank you very much.
That was Group 8 speaking on agriculture and food security. I think they did an amazing job. They brought up some very relevant examples like Ukraine and how it has affected our demand or our supply. So good job to you guys. Before we continue, I want to say welcome back to all those watching us virtually. I know it's been a little minute, and also a special thanks to Mr. Tony Husbands, who is our interpreter for the evening. Thank you for being here with us. Next, we have Group 4 speaking on employment and work, but I'm going to remind you guys that your presentation should fall within the 8-minute window. So next, Group 4, employment and work. Give them some encouragement.
Y'all are in for a surprise.
And while we pull up the presentation for Group 4, who will be speaking on employment and work. No problem.
Y'all are in for a treat. Just saying. Just putting it out there.
Yo, Chelsea, I can't find where up to now. All these commissioners and they may come and tell me what work.
But I can't understand that because I hear that this Barbados policy thing is supposed to be providing work for the young people.
Oh, we can see.
Good afternoon, all. Thanks to my colleagues for the short skit that they did, which represents a number of conversations that have been happening among the youth in our communities today and the issues that they're having with having to find work and the work-related issues. So today, as I said, we're Group 4, and we're looking at employment and work in Barbados, especially among the youth. And we took a look at the issues that they're having and see what we could put in place to try to assist them.
Right. So we were given some questions to answer based on, as my friend would have said, because she's not my colleague, she's my friend, on employment. So you could change it if you don't mind. And these are the questions. I don't know, I guess all of us had the same questions to answer as well. So the first question we had was respect to the above priority area, on which you guys can read it. Our concerns is that organizations are asking for experience from students who have just left school. Policies are in place, but they are not being acted upon. Youths are ignored and not being heard, and everyone does not know about youth commissioners. So who do we advocate to? So my first concern, as you would have seen, is organizations are asking for experience from students who have just left school. Most jobs nowadays ask for 5, 8, 10, even 20 years of experience. How do you expect a student that just left school to have 5 years of experience? Go lower? You think it's going lower or just? Agreed. So what we also have into consideration is that we were wondering if what could be changed is that if employing individuals could look at the clubs and the organizations that these people that are looking for jobs are in. Because you can get your experience within clubs such as Heart and Stroke Foundation or Division of Youth, for example, clubs that are there that can give you that experience you need instead of going for a job that you don't have no idea about. Which brings us to our next point. Policies are in place, but they're not being acted upon. Now tell me if you have had this conversation with individuals before in this same environment saying the same things and nothing has been changed since. So we don't want it to be a case where we're back here in the next 3-4 years talking about this same policy and we're still saying these same things. We need it to be acted upon. We don't need it to just be on paper, because it's on my paper right now. We need it to be actually put into place. We need it to be actually seen, not rather than heard. Youth are ignored and not being heard. Everyone wants to hear our voice. We all deserve to have a voice. We have the organizations giving us that voice. But people don't want to take our opinions and our concerns into consideration. They just want to hear us. They just want to say what we have to say, but they don't, again, put it into place, which is something that we need to see change. Now, this is the main question that we were wondering, and I don't know if someone can answer that for us. Everyone does not know about the youth commissioners. So who exactly do we advocate to see these changes? Who do we advocate to? Do we advocate to the Ministry of Education, to the Prime Minister, Ministry of Youth? Tell us who we advocate to so we can see these changes that we want to see, so we can implement these changes that we want to implement. Yeah, you can take on.
Thank you. So what we did, we had a discussion, and some of the things that we said we could do is maybe have the government, or what the government could do is the most important thing is to look at our educational system. We need to put something within the curriculum, and I think it starts from there. Once something is within the curriculum in terms of giving persons the experience, we were thinking about having maybe a more practical hands-on experience for students, both in secondary school, students at the university level and different areas, because I also work at the university, and I have had students saying that, well, persons were asking for experience again, and it is pretty hard. You do your subjects, you get your degree and everything, but then you still don't have the experience. So we think that there's a dialogue to be had with Corporate Barbados and the Ministry of Education, the different stakeholders, so that when a student leaves school, no matter which school or tertiary institution they come from, they have that type of experience that maybe the businesses may want. Also, at UE, we have a number of clubs and societies, right? And I mean, our clubs and societies, the students in that group, they do fantastic work. And they do not only, they volunteer, sometimes they do the mini businesses and whatnot, but we need again, Corporate Barbados to recognize that, this is experience as well. So that's why I say there needs to be a dialogue there so that they can acknowledge that. Also, yes, we're speaking about UE students and we're speaking about secondary school students and whatnot, but we also have to instill this in, we think, from the primary school level, because if we could have maybe clubs in the primary schools teaching children how to become young entrepreneurs and everything, well, what they need to be out there in the working world, a student at that age, their mind is open. So then they're interested and they're excited to learn. So they take it from the primary school and they go right up. We also have to look at, because when we speak about youth, we not only speak about, as y'all mentioned before, the mainstream youth, we recognize that they have a number of students out there, or young people out there, that maybe left school early. We still have to incorporate them into whatever plans we have, because again, they are part of our society. So somehow the thinking needs to be changed in terms of, okay, we're just looking at school leavers. We as Barbados, the Barbadian society, have to recognize also that it's not only book smarts, but we have some of everybody contribute to the society. So we were thinking about how we were going to incorporate those persons now off of the block and from the different areas, how we are going to look at them to incorporate them back into our society. And again, some of the youth commissioners, we had someone mention that, yes, the youth commissioner go into their community, so their community know how or who to contact. But then that does not happen throughout Barbados. We need to put more people on the ground so that people would know this is who we can go to. Oh, sorry. I forget we only got 8 minutes. Sorry. So, go ahead.
But she basically said everything that we need to say, and as I'm going to reiterate once again, we do not need to just hear it, we need to see it. So please, please don't let this be another situation where we're having this conversation another 3-4 years and it's not still being done. So please act upon it rather than talk upon it. That's our team. Y'all could use it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Group 4, for your very passionate presentation. You touched on some points that are really relevant, and I know a lot of us have experienced almost exactly what we heard today in this room. So I am hoping, really am hoping that that presentation lit a fire in the people that have decision-making powers, that we can actually see the action behind the words of our young people, because they're telling you straight to your face what they want to see. So the responsibility now is on you, is on all of us to come together and try to make the world a better place for our young people and provide them with more outlets to speak their minds and also give them the resources to take action. So next we're going to have Group 1, who will be presenting on education and training. And before you guys come, just a reminder that there's a monitor right at the front, so you don't need to strain your neck to look back. You can just look in front of you. So Group 1, education and training.
Hi, good evening, everybody. So everybody's good? Okay, right. Hi, good evening. My name is Kalia Hoy, and this is...
Hi, I'm Abigail Johnson.
And today we'll be touching on some questions that we were asked pertaining to our topic, education and training. So the first question was, with respect to the above priority areas with which you are most familiar or have reviewed, please indicate any specific recommendations or actions that you would like to see proposed and addressed by the National Youth Policy of Barbados. Secondly, there are any priority areas of attention and related sets of recommendations or proposals for actions that you have believed the National Youth Policy should address for youth of Barbados. If so, please elaborate. And lastly, what organizations, entities, and/or other youth-based associations do you think should be included to assist with the successful executions of this National Youth Policy for Barbadian youth? Firstly, increase avenues for unconventional jobs.
So one of the things that we see a lot is that there's easy access to being an accountant, being a doctor, maybe entering the social sciences. But when you have jobs such as maybe say something such as like being a pilot, which is not something that you may technically go to university for, there's not an ease of access, not even in terms of knowledge, funding, or finances to actually get into that path. So one of the things that we were suggesting was, so one, funding, and also if you could have persons come into the actual school environment so that students could learn how they access that path, because many persons don't know. And we've seen overreaching and overarching topics, because we've heard about aquaponics as well. Actually having persons who are involved in those fields come in and they can speak to students about it so that they know the path and the steps that they can take to actually achieving those goals.
Secondly, increase scholarship support across all schools.
So this is something that we've actually just heard a bit about, and it was mentioned. Currently, we have a lot of scholarships that are based solely on academic merit. And everybody's not going to be an academic student. Everybody's not going to excel, specifically in the secondary school arena. There are many persons who have gotten Barbadian scholarships, exhibitions, who have went on to UB and have not done as well. And there are many persons who would have not have excelled in that secondary school arena and who are doing fantastic work at UB and outside of UE. So scholarship needs to go beyond academic merit, and it also does need to involve these unconventional jobs that we would have mentioned prior.
Thirdly, life courses covering taxes, pay slips, CV, and interview training.
And I think basically this speaks for itself. We may not think that these are things that actually need to be taught, but when you realize how much of it is lacking in the young people of Barbados and the youth of Barbados, if you ask a person to show you their CV and you see the lack of development, if you ask a person, how do you write a CV? They say, well, I don't even know what I put in it. So I think that these are things that should not just only be involved in the school curricula, but for youth outside of school, because if you're saying that young people goes up to the age of 35, something that is continuous, so not just implemented in the school environment, but beyond that.
Stipends should be more available. No, stipends should be more available for training. Sorry.
So one of the things we just mentioned in terms of getting jobs and actually needing experience, the solution to that is not an unpaid internship. An unpaid internship, unpaid training actually it solicits one type of person, which is the person who can afford to do that. Generally, persons who may actually need this training the most cannot go through the process of not being paid for work that they're doing, cannot go through the process of dedicating time to this and not having time to dedicate to all the things that actually bring in an income, whether it be to support a family, to pay bills, whatever the case is. Unpaid internships is not the solution for young persons getting opportunities or for us to get more experience that is necessary for us to actually get a job.
Promotion of equal access to promotions and opportunities.
So I think that basically speaks for itself. It's really just taking away the tokenism from everything. So you get it based on merit, you get it based on need, not based on who you know, who I've cozied up to, whose hand I shook, but you get it based on need and merit.
Mandating of 2 young persons of school boards.
So if you look at school boards, currently but we have a couple young persons here today in secondary school, and it asks you how many young persons are actually currently sit in your school boards, and what is the answer? And my guy here is shaking his head. So I think that we think more so that this is something that should be implemented in all the secondary schools in Barbados. You should have at least, we were saying, a minimum of 2 young persons. And also active engagement to the student council so that youth and young people have that active representation of persons who have similar experiences to them actually representing them in that environment.
Continuous training of teachers, ICT.
So, yes, so speaking specifically to, now that we are in this COVID environment and we have had a lot of use of online technology. we have seen some lapses in the provision of education because of, you could say, the level of knowledge that some persons may have or the level of access that others would have. So not just training for teachers in relation to internet communication technology, but also it being an ongoing process. Learning and teaching is an ongoing process. So for that, as a teacher, it should be something that is ongoing as well.
And lastly, provide alternative learning opportunities for the vulnerable youth.
So this morning, we actually spoke a bit about vulnerable young persons, inclusive of those who were incarcerated, those who are being reintroduced to society, who might not have had the opportunity to acquire CXCs or CAPES or even get a skill. And we think that that is something that needs to be implemented, that's more talked about, even in the form of mentorship and the reintroduction into society so that they can have productive lifestyle, so that the recidivism rate is not as high as it is when we actually provide opportunities for them. That is not just crime.
Okay, so here is some organizations that we wish for the youth affairs to be involved with, or if they're already involved with: the Ministry of Education, UNICEF, Ministry of Labor, the Ministry of Health and Wellness, various youth groups, and community groups.
So of course, this list is, this doesn't include everybody. And by community groups, we mean sports groups. It could even be faith-based groups, various youth organizations, civil society organizations. However, it is a problem that is multifactorial, so it needs a multifactorial approach. You're not going to get it by just focusing on one area. That's not how you're going to solve the problem. So you need all members of society, the young, the old, the middle-aged, to come together to actually assist in the implementation of the problem. So this is our presentation on education and training, and thank you very much.
Thank you again, Group 1. I must say I'm very impressed with the quality of the presentations thus far. You can't see, but I'm backstage nodding and clapping because you guys are really hitting on some very, very relevant points. And Abigail, when you and your team, when you were speaking, it reminded me of conversations I would have had at school with my mainly psych tech friends, saying it's either we get a job at Pine Hill Dairy, a job at a lab, or we have to go overseas. So I think with education and training, we also need to work towards providing jobs locally that we tend to outsource, give our young people that live here a chance to actually showcase the talent and to allow us to benefit from the education that they would have gained here right at home. Let's keep our brightest stars at home and let them do some work for our society. So next we have Group 3, who will be speaking on entrepreneurship. Just a reminder, you guys have 8 minutes and there's a monitor right in front of you so you don't have to strain your neck looking back.
Good afternoon. Okay, so we will be speaking on entrepreneurship. And just to give a brief recap of what we are trying to address, is that we are looking at developing and maintaining an enabling environment for the development of successful entrepreneurs and a more robust educational and developmental experience for youth to get a better understanding of business. In order to do that, really, it's a very, very broad look, to be honest, to sit down and have one meeting and talk about. But really, in order to implement it, we would really have to form one of the best ways in which we think that we could address it is to form a council, right? A council for youth entrepreneurship and development. And the duties of this council will be to manage, maintain, and research business and entrepreneurship in Barbados, right, or regionally. To make this information usable by the general public, entrepreneurs, clubs, and government, because business owners could offer experience, could offer mentorship to various people that are entrepreneurs, other entrepreneurs, younger entrepreneurs that are in their industry, whereas you could use the concept of reverse mentoring, where they also are able to learn from what it is like to start a new business in this time and in this era, what it's like for them and how they could use the strategies that they are implementing, like social media, to benefit their businesses so that they could get a more modern outlook on business. So that was one of the benefits, but other benefits of forming a council such as this will be that it will form as a parent club between all of the business clubs in the island, right, or regionally, meaning that all clubs, whether it be school level, community-based level, would report attendance, participation, different businesses, the business owners of such businesses to this council, and this council will also form and use that information as a directory for entrepreneurship, right, or a directory of entrepreneurs, and also to get statistical data on entrepreneurship that will be used in to teach entrepreneurship. Also to link and to bridge and communicate to relative ministries this information, or the useful information, or where this information will be useful. For example, right now we are doing this policy, and one of the things that we're looking at is how we could improve business and entrepreneurship in the youth. And to do so, we have a group. But next time, let's say they wanted to ask a specific question on entrepreneurship. Let's say, how is entrepreneurship growing in Barbados? What are the most profitable businesses, or what is the more profitable industries or easiest industries to get into as a young entrepreneur? And the statistical information that we would have gathered, or that they would have gathered, would then be presented to the relative ministries so that they would be able to use this information to come to the conclusions that they need. And then also to create new clubs within communities and within schools, business clubs within communities and within schools, and to charter a new educational path in terms of business studies in schools, looking at not only implementing it from tertiary level education, but starting all the way from the bottom and working way up, because really entrepreneurship is a mindset and it is developed over time. So to inspire it from primary school, secondary school,
Good afternoon, everyone. We have realized that over the course of the past 2 years, that entrepreneurship would have taken a dominance in our society in terms of youth. And so one of the areas that we think that we should encourage entrepreneurship is in the education sector. Now, when we're speaking about the education sector, we're not only speaking about not only bringing it into the education sector, but also educating our youth about it. And the only way that we can do that is in the education sector in our schools. We would like to teach the students how to be innovative. And we ask the question, what is innovation? And we can ask the question, can you take a product or someone's idea and make it better? Can you create something from, can you create something better from something? And so that is what entrepreneurship is all about, and we need to teach our children and our youth that. Also, in terms of entrepreneurship, we must teach them how to market, how to get your product out there. A lot of times we see that students will sell at school. A lot of times we see that they will have products, but the support system might not be enough simply because they're not marketing their product as how they are supposed to. The next point is modern businesses, modern business books. Now, when we want to target not only the secondary school sector, what we also want to target is the younger sector, which is in the primary schools. Now, obviously, we will have to implement and we will have to create some things that would encourage the younger people in the primary schools and also get their attention. And what we can do is that we can look at things like fairy tale books. And yes, sometimes you will find that funny, but at the same time, when you create and when you innovate those things, you can get the attention and you can encourage them to get into entrepreneurship. And so what we will want to do is that, and what we will want to encourage the Ministry of Youth to do is to take these ideas into consideration so that, as my colleague Khadija said before, that we won't be coming the next few years to say that we said the same thing 5 years ago or a few years ago, and so that we can get our development in our youth as where it's supposed to be.
Good evening. So there are a few organizations that should be included in this entrepreneurial journey, one of which is the Ministry of Education. We cannot implement these educational purposes as in a new business subject from the first farmers up, or even educational fairy tale books at a young age, unless we get our ministry on board with what we are doing. Another thing would be old scholars. Yes, they are old scholars, but they're also entrepreneurs. And if they can do it, you can. Old scholars from your school should come and talk to you and let you know their journey, what they went through to then build a passion inside of you for entrepreneurship. Because, as I once said, if he did it, so can I. The only limitation you will have is your imagination. Trust. Trust fund. Now, when I say trust fund, I'm talking about the organization within that, which is the $20 challenge. I think this is a great environment to give the children an opportunity to not only learn about business, but get their toes wet in the market itself. Their pop-up market segment is a chance for not only the young children to talk to other adults and pitch their product, but to communication skills and teamwork. No business is built with one person. All right, so the BIDC, Barbados Industrial Development Corporation, we have trade borders. We need to know and understand how trading works in order to bring in raw materials and not only export materials. This will make trading easier because, as I once said, we rely heavily on trading. We bring in so much materials that we don't know our own resources. Something to combat this will be regional integration between the Caribbean countries. We need all of us to come together as one government to then break those borders so trading will be easier for not only Barbados, but the whole Caribbean. Yes. Youth Development Program. We need to provide more community-based programs. Make better use of the centers in Barbados. The community. Yes, you can have an entrepreneurship mindset, but you can be spoiled by where you are and who you are surrounded with. You need a business circle. You need to be around other like-minded people just like you to form a networking connection. This is the beauty of entrepreneurship. And I believe through a period of time and implementations in our schools, not only will there be more budding entrepreneurships, but the economy will also grow. Thank you for your time and listening to this presentation. Election will now conclude, and thank you.
Thank you again, Group 3, for your very spirited presentation. I know I most certainly enjoyed it, and entrepreneurship is such a fitting topic because in the past 2 years alone, you don't even have to go that far back. We've seen how viable of a career being an entrepreneur is, and especially for our young people, it really has provided them with an avenue to learn, to grow, and to be able to provide for themselves. So next we have Group 2, who will be giving a presentation on deviance, crime, and violence.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Group 2. I'm your host, Daniel Roberts, and accompanying with me is Chris, Malik, and Jamilia. Our rest of our group members are Kim, Alicia, Jewel, and Mackenzie. In our headlines, we are going to talk about deviance, crime, and violence. Stay tuned.
So the first question we had was, with respect to the above priority areas with which you are most familiar or have reviewed, please indicate any specific recommendations or actions that you would like to see proposed and addressed by the National Youth Policy of Barbados. So our first point is that we need more community-based assessments provided for the youth, because there are so many forums like this, but these forums really focus on the micro level rather than the macro level. So the next point is community-based outreach programs for the youth which are accessible. When you have these community-based assessments, you really need to act upon them rather than just get the information and leave it sitting there. The next point, educational reform is necessary. The system needs to be restructured towards the needs of skills. Provisions made to cater to persons who aren't educationally inclined, children or youth with learning disorders or challenges. And the last point on this question is restructuring the activities at the government industrial school as it pertains to rehabilitation and reintegration. Additionally, promoting sustainable activities needs to occur. When the youth leaves GIS, they are thrown out there, no job, anything. Rather than just throwing them out there, we need to create programs which goes through how to do an interview, public speaking, teamwork, etc. By doing this, it gives persons something to look forward to and such. Those persons will most likely go in a positive direction rather than make a U-turn and go directly where they came from.
All right. For question 2, it was, are there any other priority areas of attention and related sets of recommendations? or proposals for action that you believe the national youth policy should address for the youth of Barbados. We believe advocacy is one. Given the chance that young people can, advocate for themselves, to have their voices be heard. Being given an opportunity to have their voice. Being proactive, learning and developing people's skills, creating more valid and accessible learning channels, social media platforms, needing more broadcasting as everyone does not have access to devices or basic utilities, adequate self-expression, respectfully.
Good afternoon. My name is Jamilia Rada. As you can see, I'm a former student of the St. George Secondary School. And as you know, today we are talking about deviance and crime and violence. So, what organizations, entities, and other youth-based associations do you think should be included to assist with the successful execution of this national youth policy for Barbadian youth? Barbados Police Service, Criminal Justice System, Child Care Board, Probation Department, Welfare Department, Juvenile Liaison Scheme, Ministry of Health, Penal Institution, Government Industrial School, Substance Abuse Agencies, National Sports Council, church and community-based organizations, and territory institutions.
Thank you for tuning in to Group 4 Afternoon News. Stay tuned and enjoy the rest of the presentations.
I think Group 2 is trying to give me a run for my money. Orange shirt, I see you. But thank you so much, guys, for your insight. And I'm, again, very impressed with the presentations thus far. So we're going to keep moving forward. And next, we have Group 5, who will be presenting on health, wellness, and environment.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sawaya Griffith, and as we all know, we are in a global pandemic which speaks all about health, and in this moment is when we ever saw the Ministry of Health work and got into action. So now, health is one of the most important organizations in the world that we ever implemented, and because of that, it has to be kept up to date. Right. So now health is split into like 3 or 4 different areas, from mental health, emotional health, even on the sexual side that people have to speak about and not only sugarcoat. Now, in mental health, right. Yeah. Right. In the mental health side, I recommend that it should be brought into these schools and speak to our children, because it's all about the youth, and the youth is what we care about, and they are our future. And we have to bring things and put things in place to raise them up and to bring them into a better world. And so now mental health, most of our youth are suffering from it. And the thing is, most people don't get up and tell each other what it is for what it is. They have to learn it from the outside instead of everybody giving them the information there and then. and it'd be better for them to learn and to recuperate. No, that's weird. Recuperate, sorry, I said you pronounced it wrong. To recuperate from their damage in their hearts. As we know, most children suffer at home and also at school. As children, they play with each other, but also some things could be harmful unto them. From the mindset to even the teachers at school, sometimes they don't really explain the work properly to them. And it causes them to go into this nervous breakdown, depression, which has to be taken out to the school for our youth to grow and become the adults of tomorrow. Right, now on the sexual side, I know that's a very touchy subject in the schools. No one doesn't want to speak about it around their children. My children know more than me. From outside, they learn it more than me. So instead of like sugarcoating it, hit it out, just say it now. They already know. So just tell them know how it is and to help them not to prevent teenage pregnancy and STDs, to bring that rate back down, especially in the females. As I am going to school, I have one program on sexual education. I was in junior school. I learned the rest from my friends. And that's not the best thing. So my recommendation is to implement more programs into the school-based system, to inform the children, to let them know that this is not really all fun. It's not really saying you should be indulging at that age. Even for the young ones from 10 and up, they know too. Inform them to tell them straight. When you go through this, you have to properly express yourself. Don't go do foolishness, and then know you part when you get 16. Right. Right. You can start now.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jacoby Hunt, and I will be talking about the use of electric cars. Okay, so the removal of the financial constraints in relation to environmental incentives. So I'll elaborate on that. So back on March 15th, the Barbados government created an electric incentive for Barbadians to afford electric and hybrid cars at a lower cost. So for the next 2 years, Barbadians will only have to pay 10% import duties on electric and hybrid vehicles. However, it is only affordable for those with good jobs and not the youth. So for the next couple of years, they should be looking to extend that electric incentive and eliminating the 10% import tax, which would reduce the cost of them and make them more affordable for everybody. And it would leave a positive impact on our environment, along with the youth. And when I say youth, 20 years to 35 years, so far down over. I mean, after 35 does not count as youth, so yeah.
Okay, the next part we're going to touch on is in the medical facilities. We all know we have one hospital, one public hospital to be more exact. And everybody needs health, and Barbados doesn't have a very big population, can't leave no man behind. And so I say that we recommend, as the youth, that the hospital needs to be upgraded. Everything else upgrading, from the cars to the houses. Upgrade the hospital, please. I'm begging you. People gotta wait too long for health. People gotta wait too long to get looked at. My sister, who has a problem with her feet, went to the hospital for 8 o'clock and left at 3. That should not be. That should not be. If you have to expand, you can do that. Build something, put something in place for the youth of tomorrow. So when they grow up, they know that Barbados is really into something too. Okay. Now, to touch on the emotional abuse of it in the home. Most children come from those kind of homes where it's ghetto. It is what it is. And when they come to school now, they suffer because they keep all that emotion, all that hurt in the inside. And when they lash out, there's violence. That way violence is so high. People are doing guns and stuff. Where they get gun from? Where they get the gun from? You gotta keep track of these things. People gotta be more aware. People gotta speak out. You can't sugarcoat no more. Be more advanced. We know things. You gotta speak out. You gotta talk now. Be real. Tell them what it is. No guns, might die from it. Sexual abuse, that's natural. It's a part of life. You gotta learn about it. You gotta learn about sex. You gotta learn about all those kind of things. And also, you speak on nutrition?
No, you haven't.
Want me to do it? Okay. Also, for the nutrition side of it, on wellness, we as a people, you gotta keep fit. You gotta keep going, or you will probably go extinct. I don't know, but we gotta keep going. We gotta keep strong. We gotta keep fit. Implement programs in these schools for children to run about. Nowadays, people like this. They mostly focus on this. They only look at this, and that's not healthy at all. How can we go into a future if we are not healthy? How can we walk into tomorrow if we can't finish today? Okay. And also about the cost of health. The last time I speak on the cost of health. Medical attention is very expensive. It should not be. Not everybody is fortunate to have $1,000 in a pocket. That is, oh shoot, it's minimum?
Well, if it's minimum, look at it this way. If we don't have the minimum, how can we have the maximum?
All right. I think from us, there you go. You can. Yeah, there you go.
You're talking about the age.
Thank you, Group 5, for your presentation. I am sure we all appreciate the frankness. And if there's anything I'm going to remember from today, it is stop sugarcoating things. We know the issues that exist. We know the problems that we have. I think it's about time we face them head on and actually find solutions instead of just trying to tiptoe around them. So thank you so much again, Group 5. Next, we have Group 7, who will be presenting on arts and culture.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name... My name is Tashira, and my group member is, my colleague is Sarah, and we're going to be presenting on arts and culture. So one of the main things that we're going to be looking at is some of the specific recommendations or actions to be taken that we believe should be taken in the National Youth Policy. We're also going to look at some of the priority areas of attention that should be examined, and also list some of the organizations and entities that should be associated with arts and culture. So one of the first things we decided to do was to look at some of the potential barriers to success that we believe are facing youth who are currently in arts and culture. Now, the first is the lack of opportunities, but also the lack of awareness of opportunities for learning how to improve skills or talents in the areas of arts and culture. And we made certain to make a distinction between opportunities and awareness of opportunities. Because even if these opportunities exist, if the youth who are in arts and cultures are not aware of it, how can it benefit them? All right, so using platforms like social media, Instagram, we know the youth love these things. Leverage them to be able to increase awareness about arts and culture and about the programs that youth can use to develop themselves. Another potential barrier, of course, insufficient or lack of financial resources to access the equipment, things like studio time and other resources that will be needed to develop these skills in the area of arts and culture. The third is the public views of arts and culture, and I think this is something that's extremely important. I find that we, and I include myself here, we as a people, Barbadians, we tend to view arts and culture as a talent alone and not a realistic occupation, not something people can make money from, all right? But people like researchers, statisticians, that's a talent. They were able to use that talent to make money from it. So why can't persons in art and culture? We always love talking about Rihanna. She now become a billionaire. Why can't other Barbadians do the same if they have their talent? So I think that that's one of the important things that, you know, we need to kind of come away from. And we also think that this has, in part, led to a lack of government-based funding for young artists, because so often we see scholarships like developing solutions scholarships, scholarships that focus on topics like businesses, economics, but what about arts and culture? Whenever you look at lists of scholarships, it almost never has anything related to the area of arts and culture, and I think that's a problem. Another potential barrier we identified is the lack of standardization across our schools, secondary schools and primary schools. For example, based on our group discussion, we came to the realization that some secondary schools do not offer CXCs in music, but others do. That's another problem in terms of equal opportunities for all groups, all right, all diverse groups, persons from Lodge, Harrison College, whatever you want to call it. Across all secondary schools, I am sure there's at least one talented person, at least one talented student. And if that person does not have access to these types of resources, then it'll never become developed. It will never develop. So that's a potential barrier. One of the things we looked at as well is the education concerning arts and culture. Classes that are taught in schools, such as history, social sciences, social studies, and English, we realize that they don't focus on educating our students about Barbadian culture. We love to talk about slavery, but we don't get to hear some of the good things in our past as well. All right, so I think that's another area that needs to be addressed. And I think this can be done from as young as primary school. From my memory of primary school and secondary school in art classes, the most we did was paint, draw. You get an A, a B. I usually got C's, but that was, you know, that was that. But simply grading students on that, that's not enough to properly develop them, you know? We need specific interventions, targeted interventions towards students who do want to go into that area. And I am well aware that not all students want to, and that's okay. The same way that not all students want to go in academia, some students may want to go into arts and culture. So I believe that the mentors and the teachers should be putting more attention towards these students and helping them to find and direct them in the path that they may want to go into. People like, and of course, art is very diverse. It's not just drawing and painting, even though in very, very many ways in Barbados it is limited to that. We also have songwriters, makeup artists, poets, painters, dancers. You know, they should also be aware of how they can develop careers from their talents. The same way that attention is given, again, to business or mathematics, that same attention can be given to arts and cultures. What we realize is that a lot of young artists complain that, you know, while they have the talent and while they realize that they do want to develop it, they don't know what is the next avenue to take to reach their desired destinations. And to address this, again, this goes back to the standardization across all secondary schools and the equal opportunities to the different groups of students. Music specialists and leaders need to be trained in the relevant areas to ensure that these equal opportunities are given. Again, from our group discussion, we realized that in some secondary schools, you can say, yes, my music teacher was able to help me, but in other secondary schools, we realized that they were not. So again, lack of standardization. And I know I listed a lot of problems, but what I'm gonna do is gonna hand over to my colleague Sarah to discuss some of the recommendations.
There we go. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. The first strategic recommendation we have to help develop arts and culture is that of mentorship. One way to do this is to encourage famous but local established artists to mentor young artists. And just to remind you, like my colleague said, art can include singing, dancing, painting, sculpting, writing. It's a variety of things you can do. And we recognize that mentorship programs only occur on a small scale. but it needs to happen on a larger and community-based level if we want to see any effect. Mentors can help young artists on the same potential barriers to success mentioned previously and provide experience-based recommendations on how to overcome the obstacles rather than becoming discouraged. And in addition to mentorship, another route which can be explored in the National Youth Policy is advocating for more community involvement in arts and culture. This should also occur for youth across all communities, including at-risk communities. For example, we can showcase talents such as Beach the World, BIM's Got Talent, NIFCA, and should target artists in these communities who may not be able to access the necessary resources elsewhere. For example, Beach the World offers monetary benefits, international opportunities, and mentorship programs. However, these opportunities should be offered across multiple showcases in order to encourage youth and reassure them that their talents are recognized and appreciated. External partnerships. This is another means of developing our youth that can occur by collaborating with external entities who represent and focus on arts and culture. External partnerships between educational institutions, for example, secondary schools, and organizations such as the Barbados Police Band, NCF, and the Massey Mix Band. The private sector involvement would also offer a number of benefits, such as potential scholarships, funds, and opportunities for the youth to develop their skills. They could also have the ability to connect them with programs, local, regional, or international, where they can develop their skills. It's important to note that the arts and culture aid to the development of human resources. And to conclude, we need to have more recognition that arts and culture are just as viable as other subjects, such as business, finance, economics, medicine. The National Youth Policy needs to consider these barriers that the negative public views towards art and culture proposes. It needs to consider how these views discourage young artists from pursuing a career in arts and culture. To quote Mia Motley, our Prime Minister, in 2016, "Our people are our greatest resources. We must never forget this." Let us change the mindset of Barbadians and advocate for more of our youth who are interested in arts and culture. And before I end, this was presented on behalf of Group 7, and if the members of Group 7 can rise, that would conclude our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Group 7, for your very detailed presentation to all the group members. And something that really resonated with me was one of the last lines from your presentation where it said, "Let us change the mindsets of society," because people tend to see the arts or creatives and like to say, oh, it's just a hobby. Yet when they have an event, a special occasion, they call upon the singers, the dancers, the painters to make it exactly what it is. So I think it's about time we give creatives the recognition they deserve, as well as the payment they deserve. So before we continue, I'm going to remind everyone to fill out the evaluation forms, which can be found in your information packets, and drop them off at the front desk on your way out a little later. Next, we're going to have Group 6 giving a presentation on sports and recreation.
Good afternoon. Sports and recreation is often treated like the proverbial stepchild in a family called life. So I'm here to put in a big plug for sports and recreation. How many of you are actively involved in any sort of recreational activity or sports? A few. How many of you, parents, have stopped your children from participating in sporting activities and recreational activities so that they can study, particularly for common interests? A lot of you. But this attitude doesn't just stop there. It goes on to even the national level where not enough thought or seriousness is given to this area of life, a very important area of life. And as the group who spoke on health before, they talked about the importance of living healthy. So sports and recreation, these things are very important to our life as human beings. So we came up with a couple recommendations, and these are them. The adequate staffing for the community centers that are placed around our island. We need those community centers to be better equipped in terms of having the proper equipment there for the sporting activities to take place. We need to have proper safety and security at those community centers as well. We have to have regular and proper maintenance of those facilities and the reintroduction of traditional games. And we go on to explain a little further. There needs to be a closer collaboration with neighborhood churches and communities in an effort to create that bond and that heightened involvement in sporting activities. We know that persons are involved in various areas of life, not just at school, where people want to put everything on the school curriculum, but there are other aspects of life, such as the churches, the community groups, and so on. So if we have a greater collaboration between those entities, then we will see that there is an encouragement, much more encouragement to be involved in sporting activities and recreation likewise. And when I talk about the reintroduction of traditional games such as marble pitching, rounders, rollers, those kinds of things. I remember making rollers, and I made mention about rollers to a young lady in my group, and she was staring at me like, what are you talking about? But those kinds of things, we can bring them back, and that also goes back to bringing up our culture, a very important part of who we are as Barbadians. We also looked at the opportunity to increase the staffing at the community centers in terms of implementing a shift system. We know that we can't expect persons to be there from 10 o'clock in the morning to 10 o'clock in the night, but if you have a shift system where someone is always there, the caretaker is always looking after the equipment and ensuring that the center is used in the way that it's supposed to be used and not damaged, but that you have someone on staff all the time, because as Terrell was saying, sometimes when you go to a community center, there's nobody there. The community center is locked. You can't even use the bathroom. You can't even use the facilities. So we need to have a system in place where there's accessibility for the youth of our country, because you see some of them only on the hard courts, just lolling around sometimes. There needs to also be proper installation of lights and other security measures, proper lighting and security measures like the cameras for the community centers. And this will go back to those extended hours. I know that you have to pay for tokens. That used to obtain. I'm not sure if it still obtains. But then that leads to the creation of mini stadia across the island, along with the installation of those lights around the community centers. This will encourage persons to be on the compound in order to engage our youth in meaningful activities that can also lead to proper health. We have the buzzword going around nowadays about too much sugar and that our youth are becoming more and more unhealthy. But if we have the opportunities for them to go outside and play in a safe space, then we can ensure that we see our youth becoming a much more healthy population. We also need to heighten the awareness, more public awareness of the scholarship opportunities that are available in sports. We all know that cricketers are paid a huge amount of money, and that's something that we know that that encourages others. But there are so many other opportunities in sports, but they're unknown or they're not known enough. So it needs to be a sensitization campaign out there to encourage our children, our youth, that once they have that passion, once they have that talent in sport and activities, that there is educational opportunity, there are educational opportunities as well as employment opportunities for them. But some of them do not know, and sometimes the parents will discourage them because they say there is no future in that. So once we get that information out there, that would put some kind of impetus into the parents to encourage their children to go even further with their talent. We have to have more public rather than private entities in sporting opportunities. You see a lot of clubs around, but sometimes they are private and they have persons have to pay dues and fees to be a part of those clubs. But if we have more free clubs, I'm guessing that would encourage more persons to be involved in sporting activities because they can go there and they can participate without having to worry about payment. Finally, we talked about highlighting the lesser-known sports, example, horse racing, diving, badminton, archery, polo, and those likes. There are some persons who cannot afford to be a part of those lesser-known sports, but if we have them more in the presence of the community, at the community level, then we can ensure that more persons are involved in some of these sporting activities. And we thank you, but we'll end off with a little small activity for you.
Okay, with the minute we have remaining, I get everyone to stand, please. All right. So we can do a quick little exercise, just. We can do 11 of these.
Calv raises, 11 for each parish.
11. So you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Thank you. Thank you, Group 6, for your presentation and making sure we all got in a little mini workout. I'm sure we all appreciate it. Next, we're going to move on to Group 9, who will be presenting on housing and land ownership.
All right, good evening, everyone. Today's presentation will be done by myself, Kamari Critchlow. First, I want you all to put your hands together for those who have presented before. Some very awesome presentations. Let me see by a raise of hands who in here would like to own their own home.
Arlan.
Arlan. So we were, you can hear me, right? So we were given the question with respect to the above priority areas with which you are most familiar or have reviewed. Please indicate any specific recommendations or actions that you would like to see proposed and addressed by the National Youth Policy of Barbados. So here are some recommendations which we came up with. Traditional banking systems should be reformed or relooked. In terms of majority of the time when you're going for a loan or even a grant, it has a whole lot of restrictions or certain policies that you gotta follow. We were thinking that some could be reviewed in terms of the different restrictions could change. We also went on to saying that implementing a course on the day-to-day life of living, speaking to hosts, and land ownership. For instance, I feel like we just learn the basics in school, maths, English, POB, but we are not actually open to mortgage and certain requirements needed to own homes and lands in terms of the same going forward for the loans or getting information on how to write the same CVs or even bank statements. Life skills. Provide more education to be useful after life of fourth and fifth firm. As I was saying, not only limiting yourself to only having the requirements to go for having a job, but being more open to life. Regulate the knowledge. I spoke on that before in terms of mortgage and loans and even the interest rates behind getting a loan. My colleague will take on from here.
Other recommendations is provide information on requirements needed to own a home. For example, when talking to provide information on requirements needed to own a home. For example, when talking to the school children within our group, they said they would prefer if they have school visits from professionals who can come in and talk to them and expose them to different ways in which they can own a home or own land and different ways in which they can acquire it. Which is leading me to the next point, which is information can come from realtors, architects, contractors, engineers, and persons within the town and country planning. Improve the education given on financial literacy, having an introduction for growing minds, having an expo on the building process before leaving school, especially where children are introduced to stuff relating to the topic before having experts to come in. For example, we have career days. So this day will be focused towards housing and land ownership, where professionals will come in and talk about specifically this and give them the different information, for example, on loans, mortgages, owning land, owning houses, how to get them, how to acquire them. Mandating the implementation of housing and land ownership program for unattached youth through the Ministry of Youth, Rural and Urban Development, and other governmental agencies. Having an idea of the rights you have as a house and land owner. So you would be able to navigate the rights, acquire land, and you know how to go about any challenges that may arise. Investment opportunities and outreach programs to help those in need, where professionals assist them by leading through their experience, for example, mentorship programs.
Here's the second question we were faced. Are there any other priority areas of attention that you believe the National Youth Policy should address for the youth of Barbados? If so, please elaborate. We came up with the point, we believe that all priority areas of attention have been identified and addressed, which is self-explanatory.
These are some organizations which we think can help us, the youth, to know how to own a house and own land and help us through this process of acquiring loans and mortgages. So we have here the organizations listed. Thank you. That brings us to the end of our presentation.
Thank you very much, Group 9, for your very informative presentation. It was definitely listening because it's not always easy to digest or to attain that information as a young people, so thank you. Next, we're going to have Group 11, who will be speaking on youth advocacy, empowerment, and participation. Hi, good evening, guys. Good. Our topic is youth advocacy, participation, and empowerment. This session speaks to young people such as ourselves, discussing important topics and issues that affect the youth. Stakeholders should try to include all young persons into youth advocacy to empower society as a whole. I think it is important to avoid excluding young people who may be viewed as different.
Investments. To increase organization and club impact, investments are important. Financial, knowledge-based, and material resources. These investments should not be difficult to obtain. Collabs. These facilitations are of inter-club, inter-school, and inter-organization activities. These are larger activities that allowed associations around Barbados to see where their visions align. This could allow for organizations to share resources such as finances, personnel, and knowledge to increase their impact. These collaborations could include workshops, which will include training, meetings, where the organization heads will come together and talk about their plans for the upcoming year, and project showcases. As these events are expected to be big, governmental assistance would facilitate their execution.
Youth advocacy. Persons often do not listen to young people, even though we have important views and perspectives that can possibly impact the country, especially in governmental processes. We suggest that there be spaces in government allocated specifically for young people to give their views, such as committees, boards, ministries. For example, some youth can be given like consultant positions are advisors, meetings, and conferences. And this kind of got holes in it, but like, we could get like, say if we got a student or a child in a community, we could get, say if them get 5 persons to be administrative, and then 10 children to participate in like an event or something they want to create or teach or plan or something, so we can know
like if people actually interested in this thing and submit like something to the government or something to form a club or something, and them is who basically create it. So it might fail, it might not fail, but at least them get a chance to express themselves or something they want to create or try or something them passionate about. And say if in schools, a child who think they're capable of teaching something, again, if they get 5 administrative and 10 participants, a person from the government could come and overlook and see if it go through or if it don't go through. And as we was talking about meetings before, like say if it has a school meeting or something, if children got problems that they want to be heard, sometimes we go to a teacher and we ask or tell this teacher we problems, and they may think, nah, that's stupid, and I ain't care about that. They may gonna say, but we only got that one person to get to. If we got these meetings, it got a whole set of teachers, a whole set of students that we could educate about these certain things, and it's not just going through one person. And passing it to my colleague.
Training. Actively train young people and advocates to be able to inform and influence their peers to become interested in different areas and issues affecting the youth, like sports, violence, environment, and art, etc. The more influenced young people are, the more able they will be to educate their friends and family to join a cause. Resource hubs are safe spaces. Spaces should be created or open, such as in the Ministry of Youth, for youth groups to meet, have meetings or discussions and other activities. This would allow for them to have access to resources such as internet, printers, and computers, etc.
All organizations and youth groups should be involved in the process of youth development, and there should be persons put in place to ensure the Barbados National Youth Policy is effectively executed. Repeat after me, please. All young people should be equally included. One more time, I won't hear you all this time. All young people should be equally included. Thank you.
This off the top of my head, but right, they would want to say earlier. Some people to see some people see the glass as half empty, and some to see the glass as half full. And we can at least experiment with this thing that I bring up, and it makes 100% of the shots that it don't take. And as some presenter said before, we don't want this only to be written down and spoken about. We want it to be seen. Like this video that I'm cringing at in my gallery. And thank you very much. My name is Jazari. My name is Jazari, and I am representing for Courage and Parry.
Good stuff.
Thank you, Group 11, for that very entertaining and inspirational presentation. I had the pleasure of being able to sit in on that breakout room, and I'm very proud of the results that were produced today. So now we're going to move on to our final presentation of this evening. I'm going to invite Group 10 to speak on inclusion, representation, and treatment of the youth, of special youth groups.
Good evening, all. Our presentation topic is the disabilities amongst the youth. We are
Shimrondi Adridge.
I am Jalisha Sobers, and we are the voice of the disabled youth. The findings evoked from our discussion were based solely on 3 topics of the recommendations and action on the inclusions, representation, and the treatment of the disabled. These areas highlight pertinent policies, objectives, and strategies targeted at protecting, advocating, and upholding the rights of the disabled youth in today's society.
As she said, we are the voice of the youth disabled. As we was walking up to go to our youth, as we turned the corner, we saw 3 flights of stairs, and it was like, wait, we are the voice of the disabled. We had to walk 3 flights of stairs to get to our youth. And as soon as we get there, all of us was out of breath. So, having one opportunity for youth with disabled are concerned providing the tools and access to the youth with disables to use for educational purposes, such as employment, internships, and improving in access to health care. Especially in health care, there are some disabled persons that can't, oh my God, that aren't able to get the same health care as we do when we go in to get health checkups, because they will have to go to private doctors instead of going to the normal public doctors to be helped, because the normal doctors want to be able to assess the persons who are disabled. Have an education facilities for the youth with disabled after completing schools, such as being able to go to poly to do different trades, such as ourselves. When they finish their normal education, they will be able to continue their education instead of staying home and have nothing else to do. Providing tertiary institutions for youth with disabled, providing all primary schools with special need classes, instead of having them together and teachers not being able to assess everyone and don't know what's happening and start not being able to teach a class for a whole hour, don't know what to do, and the class, at the end of the class, no one can learn nothing. So I was thinking that they should have teachers, more schools should have teachers to teach children with those disabilities. Sorry, I got nervous there. You want to continue?
Where?
Probably there.
The areas that we deem as important when dealing with the disabled youth are having a greater representation for such individuals. We find that sometimes, and in Barbados, when there's a problem with the disabled youth, the representation for such individuals is limited, and we believe that if more persons come together to take a stand for those who aren't able to represent themselves, their voices will be heard. Many times in the process of lawmaking, persons with disabilities are often disregarded because they cannot make the decisions that will benefit them in the long run. We believe that in order to aid in this process, consultations with groups will be more useful for those with the disabilities. Instead of having the disabled youth at home just doing nothing, our group suggests that an assistance in gaining employment for our youth would be greatly appreciated so that they would not be secluded from the environment anymore.
Also, our group came together and said that how other secondary schools have after-school programs, we should also include persons who are disabled to have those access for after-school programs also. We also come together and talk about school sports, that instead of having it separately, we should also come together to do one day to have a joint day of like a fun day. So instead of, even though they aren't able to do certain sports, everyone could still come together and enjoy a good time at that fun day. We were also talking about transportation and facilities, how certain places, persons who are disabled wouldn't be able to get into certain places, especially transportations. Some persons would like to also get into transportation buses like normal persons, but they aren't able to get into it. And facilities, some persons like to don't be tied down by persons who are disabled. Some like to be independent, going normal day-to-day life as grocery shopping, having fun with family, friends, going to doctor places by themselves. So we were thinking about having some facilities built in a certain way so they will be able to get in and out. Some also like to live independently. So also thinking about building houses with ramps and rails so they can move day-to-day activities at home. Oh, shoot. We were also talking about the Child Care Board, National Disabled Unit, Welfare Department, Sports and Culture Group, youth groups, and religious organizations could come together and make a day to see people with disabilities more in the community and active. You usually don't see disabled people out in the communities anymore as they used to be. So we was thinking about mostly seeing them out and about, like normal people having fun and interact so they don't feel left out. And lastly, there's a question for all of you to think about. What happens to the youth with disabilities with the law? We don't know what do happen, so that's a question to everyone. What happens to youth with the disabilities and what the law does to them? Thank you.
So thank you, Group 10, for your very insightful and important presentation. And they were the last group to come speak to us today. But before we go, I think we need to recognize that our young people only had 1 hour to have this conversation and produce the quality of work that they did. So I think they all deserve one final round of applause. I'd like now to invite Mrs. Andrea Titus, the Principal Youth Development Officer, and her team of senior youth commissioners, and youth program assistants to give a brief introduction.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Andrea Titus. I am currently the Principal Youth Development Officer. Actually, my unit is responsible for this consultation here today, so I would like you to give us a round of applause. We want to take this opportunity to introduce the youth leaders, youth commissioners, youth program assistants who are responsible for over, let's say, 54,000 young persons in Barbados today. And we have a mammoth task. And today, I want to introduce those individuals to you. Currently, we have 3 zones. We're broken down into 3 zones, and each zone is being manned by a senior youth commissioner. We have the southern zone, we have the northern zone, and we have the eastern zone. And person responsible for the southern zone, that's Wendy Holder. She was with us earlier today, but currently she's not here. We also have Miss Deborah Thornhill and Miss Elizabeth Boyne. So at this time, seeing that I am here, I would just call those persons within the southern zone so that they can introduce themselves and also indicate the area that they're responsible for. We have David Brathwaite, Melissa Ford, Kim Linton, Rondell Trim, Shane Haynes, Carolyn Garnes, Ricardo Graves, Deborah Lopez, Corey Marshall, and Charles Husbands.
Good afternoon, my name is Shane Haynes. I'm the Youth Commissioner for St. John.
Good afternoon, my name is Rondell Trim, and I'm the Youth Program Assistant for the area of St. Michael South.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Kim Linton, Youth Commissioner for Christchurch West Central, which is basically Gore Hill, Silver Hill, Montrose, Kendall Hill, that kind of area.
Good afternoon, I'm Melissa Ford. I'm the Youth Commissioner for Christchurch West.
Good afternoon. My name is Corey Marshall. I'm the Youth Commissioner for St. Philip Central or St. Philip West, whichever you call it. I go from 6 roads. I go right out to St. Philip Parish Church, all the way out to prison, but just visiting. I go right back down to Brayton, Ebenezer, and back up to 6 roads.
Good afternoon, I'm Carolyn Garnes. I'm the Youth Commissioner for St. Philip South, and that includes St. Martin's, Long Bay, and Harlington, those areas.
Yeah, good afternoon, my name is David Brathwaite. I'm the Youth Commissioner for St. Philip North, so everybody give me 1 clap. 1 clap, people? 2 claps, people? 3 claps? St. Philip North, people.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Elizabeth Boyne. I'm Senior Youth Commissioner for the Central Zone, and that covers the majority of the St. Michael District. I would just say the name of officers, and then they will come forward and introduce themselves and their areas. Sean Burke, Marcus Stephen, Kurt Prescott, Adriana Wave, Naeem Johnson, Dorinda Farnell, and Marianne Roberts.
I am Sean Burke, and I am assigned to the district of St. Michael East, and this encompasses the areas of Lakewood Village, the Ivy, Martinique, St. Barnabas, and those surrounding areas in that geographical location.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Kurt Prescott. I'm the Youth Commissioner for St. Michael North. That will include Keelfield, Eden Lodge, Whitehall, and some other small communities in between.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Adriana Waith, and I'm the Youth Program Assistant for the St. Michael Southeast area. So this includes Pylons, Wildy, Fort George Heights, Mount Friendship, Lower Burney, Map Hill, and Haggett Hall, and small portion of Dash Valley. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Derek Waddle. I'm the Youth Commissioner for Bushall and the Sporners Hill area, including Popular Supermarket.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Ann Roberts. I'm responsible for St. Michael's Northwest 2. That includes Deacon Farm, Goodland, Ashton Village, Stricker Village, Black Rock, and the surrounding areas.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Naeem Johnson. I'm the Youth Program Assistant for St. Michael's Central. This will include Station Hill, Bushall, Key Road, Hill Road, Dean's Village. Thank you.
A pleasant good afternoon to all. My name is Dorinda Farnell. I'm in charge of the whole city of Bridgetown.
Good afternoon. My name is Marcus Stevens. I'm the Youth Commissioner for St. Michael Northeast. My political representative is Prime Minister Barbados. My area, Forest Turning, Bibby's Lane, Lays, Jackson, Story Gap, Lewis Gap, Mohica Gap, the National Stadium. Thank you very much. Blessings.
Hi, good evening all. My name is Deborah Thornhill, the Senior Youth Commissioner attached to the Northern Zone, which consists of St. Peter, St. Andrew, St. Joseph, St. James North, St. James South, St. George South, St. George North, St. Michael Northwest, St. Lucie, and St. Thomas. We do not currently have officers for St. Lucie and St. Thomas, but we are working on that. So we will allow the others to introduce themselves.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is O'Brien Smith, Youth Commissioner for St. James North. I'm part of St. James Central, Western, Lower Carlton, Archall, Paynes Bay, Hoyts Village.
Good afternoon. You saw me as the wiper man this evening, today. But the role of the Youth Commissioner is simple: to identify the needs and aspirations of all young people in Barbados between the ages of 9 and 29, and to facilitate those needs to a wide range of services that are relevant to those needs. My name is Peter Skeet. I have responsibility for communities of Haynesville, Holders Hill, Fitz Village, Prospect, and Hoyts Village. Those are the main communities. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Hillary Austin, and I'm the Youth Commissioner for the constituency of St. Joseph. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kashira Corbin, and I am the Youth Program Assistant for the area of St. George North. Oh, sorry. This would include areas such as Newberry, there is Lower Estate, one of our most historical sites, the Lion at Gun Hill. And I also want to just profess to the fact that I am very passionate about representing our youth. I have a special interest in sports as well as a former athlete. Former being relatively recent, but former nonetheless. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lisa Armstrong, and I'm representing that beautiful parish. Do you know which parish that is? Yes, St. Andrew. Yes.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Hugh Lee Watson. I am the Youth Program Assistant with responsibility for St. Michael Northwest. That is Oxnard, Husbands, West Terrace, parts of St. Stephen's, and parts of Blacks Rock. All right? It's indeed an honor as a young man to be a part of this division, and my job is to really, as Peter has said just now, to really identify those youth and recommend them for various programs within the division. Thank you so much.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Ambrose Headley, and I'm the Youth Commissioner for St. Peter, with the exception of a few districts that St. James North has claimed. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alicia Catwell, and I'm the Youth Commissioner for St. George South.
Ladies and gentlemen, my team, thank you.
Thank you so much to Ms. Titus and her team for that introduction. I'm sure our young people, mainly Group 4, would appreciate that we fulfill that actionable item off the same time. So next we're going to have closing remarks from the Director of Youth Affairs, Mr. Cleviston Hunt.
Let me say pleasant good evening to everyone. All formalities haven't been established. And to start by saying that as director, I'm usually charged with bringing good news and bad news to everyone. And for you this evening, the good news is that you will be entertained by myself and Ms. Titus for the next few minutes. And the bad news is that the consultation will end in about the next 10 minutes. So that is the bad news. But I want, first of all, though, to commend, I know they don't need commendation, but the Honorable Minister and the Permanent Secretary who has been with us all day. So we want to commend them. And to say, too, that this is also testimony to the commitment and the investments that this ministry continues to make in young people. I also want to commend those of you who have stayed on, because it's so important that you listen to each other, listen to the views that are being shared, and provide feedback to each other. And I think that that is one of the greatest things that has happened with us here this evening. I know we're late in the evening as well, but I still have to ensure that I make a few comments. And one of the contentions that we see being brought out in a number of the presentations is the fact that young people are not listened to and they don't have a voice. And I have to say that I am proud to be part of a ministry that have provided a voice for young people over the last 25 years. And even more so in this forum that you have been. And I hope you recognize that you have been given the opportunity to take part in an exercise that is a long-term exercise, and that you yourself are contributing to a document that will inform and impact the lives not only of yourselves, but future generations of young people. And I want you to give yourselves a round of applause for that as well. Your attendance today helps to fulfill the purpose that we've set in the National Youth Policy, giving voice to young people, but also contributing to that final product, the validation of the findings and providing input into the policy. And in terms of our next steps, because what we are seeking to do is to build out the vision of empowerment, an empowerment model for young people that will see young people, develop and progress as they want to progress within this country of Barbados. So in terms of our next steps, I'm not going to be very long. The next steps is to ensure that all the information that you have delivered to us, that we don't just hear it, but that we act on it, and that you see it enshrined in the policy which we will codify in very short order. And that's the important point. The other thing that I want to say to you in terms of our next steps is for you to ensure that you keep pace of where we are in relation to creating this national youth policy, and that you continue to provide your inputs to ensure that the policy reflects the vision for young people in Barbados. The other thing that will happen once we get all of this feedback is that we will have another draft. We are currently at the 4th draft of this policy right now, and we are going to provide a 5th and a 6th and a 7th draft, if that is necessary, Dwayne, to ensure that this policy reflects what young people in Barbados wants it to reflect. Following the public scrutiny, and I must say that today the policy has been unveiled. This is the first time that we have come to the public with a policy that is closer to the creation of a final draft, and we know we will get feedback from the public. We will get inputs that seeks to improve what we have produced. Once we have provided that, then we go to the level of the cabinet, because what we want is full support for this national youth policy. It's all about the young people, it's what the young people want, and we have in the minister who is here, who has listened to all the feedback, the person who will champion this youth policy through the Parliament of Barbados. And we have that commitment, right, Minister? And we have that commitment from the minister, who has expressed to me that he is very impressed with what we have presented in the policy so far. But it can get better, and the betterment of this policy is dependent on all of you who are here this evening. So I want to close by giving you the commitment that this ministry will continue to engage our stakeholders. It will continue to engage our young people, and it will continue to enhance our capacity to make the voice of those, as Andrea points out, more than 50,000 young persons in Barbados, that we can get and capture those voices so that it can be heard throughout this nation. So with that, I want to thank you for, I'm not doing the vote of thanks, so I'm not even going to thank you. No, I'm going to leave that for Andrea. But with that, I want to close and to invite you to be part of this continuing process as we continue on this journey to creating this final national youth policy. So with that, I thank you, and I thank you for your participation. And I thank you for the confidence that you have displayed on this stage. I thank you for the knowledge products that you have displayed. And this is part of the assumptions that we have made in having these conferences, that our young people are articulate, and that they can articulate a vision for themselves, and that they can participate in the interventions that they will need to improve their lives. So I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt, for your sentiments, and you hit the nail on the head. I want to say a special thanks to not only you, but your team for giving young people a voice and giving them the chance to show everyone in this room and show each other what they truly are capable of, because people tend to try to limit them, but we show them today that our young people are ready and willing, and they're brilliant, and their voices should be heard. Before we continue, Dr. Lawrence Nurse, one of the consultants for the event, would like to say a quick word.
Thank you. I must confess that I am particularly encouraged with what I have seen and heard this afternoon. You young people have done a fantastic job of sharing your ideas and your thoughts about what you want to see as a future for young people, and you've done this with passion and commitment. The, the policy that we presented to you this morning was based largely on the ideas of focus groups and other stakeholder organizations. It was not Dwayne's ideas or my ideas. It was based on their ideas. And I note a striking coincidence of thinking across the ideas generated from these focus groups, the stakeholder organizations, and now from you, the young people, this afternoon. So if all three groups are saying the same thing, they can't be wrong. They can't be wrong. So as they said, we have to stop the sugarcoating. We have to stop tiptoeing around the issues that confront the youth of this country. And as they said, it is time for action. I think today, I want to commend the ministry for the format that was used for this consultation. Normally, so-called town halls are opportunities for persons to express their views, but sometimes in a very hostile, antagonistic manner. It's an opportunity for persons to allow their egos to stand in the way of serious dialogue. An opportunity for people to refuse to entertain ideas that are different from theirs. We didn't get that today. And I commend the ministry for having the young people come and not ask us questions, but share their views, their perspectives of what they want to see done. And I must say that the success of today's activity spells more work for Dwayne and myself. And I thank you for that. Good evening.
I have the pleasure of delivering the vote of thanks. Let me say special thanks to Pastor Edgel for his prayers and blessings. We want to give God thanks for making today's event a success. For Mrs. Yolan Howard, thank you so much for your welcoming remarks. For young Miss Hinkson, who blessed us with a song. And let's give her a round of applause again. I think she did an excellent job. Special thanks to the Minister, Honorable Charles Griffith, for your stewardship, interest, support, and your dedicated commitment to the advancement of youth development in Barbados. Thank you. Special thanks to the two consultants. We have Dr. Dwayne Devonish and Lawrence Nurse for your outstanding presentation and your participation in the consultation. We want to say thank you. Also for your valuable contribution towards drafting the Barbados National Youth Policy. Special thanks to the Director of Youth, Mr. Cleverson Hunt. Thank you for your support in everything that we do. Thank you, Director. Senior Youth Commissioners, Youth Program Assistants, a special thank you for your continued support in initiatives like this one. Thank you so much. The National Consultation Committee, led by Senior Youth Commissioner Deborah Thornhill. Thank you for your hard work team and your commitment to the task, and all the other officers who assisted in making sure that this event was a success. Thank you. To you, the participants, thanks for being here and sharing. Your valuable contribution goes a long way in helping us to ensure that the National Youth Policy reflects your voice. Thanks to the media for covering the event. We look forward to the media actually covering the launch of the National Youth Policy. Special thanks to the interpreters, Heather Gwazetz-Corbin and Tony Husbands. I also want to say thanks so much to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you so much for a job well done. Also would like to thank Sherburne for the food, for the cheer, for the whole ambiance. Thank you so much. To all the mothers, stand. To all of the mothers, stand. Happy Mother's Day to all of you. May God continue to strengthen you and keep you and cause his face to shine upon you. And please enjoy Sunday, because I know that the young people here today will be spoiling their mothers on Sunday. Finally, I want to leave a quote with you from Martin Luther King. An individual has not started living until he rises above the confines of his individualistic concerns to the broader concerns of all humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I say thank you. Please get home safely and remember to stay safe. Thank you.